Hello YouTube, welcome back to some more Sly 2. This is more Band of Thieves. Hi Red, nice to see you. Make sure you hit like, comment, subscribe on the video because these videos are a lot of fun for me to make and I'd like to do more of them. I'd like to do more retro games, and as you can see I have everything set up. I have added a Sly 2 banner here. I'm going to put a Sly 3 one there, a Ratchet and Clank one there, a Jack and Daxter one there when we're doing those games, so that way you guys can see at a glance which game we're doing. And everything's worked out perfectly because these are all in 4x3 projection. So I can just have them in 4x3 here, and there's enough of the screen left for everything else. It's perfect, honestly. Nice to see you, Red. Hope you're doing well. Let's jump on in. So, as I mentioned last time, episode 3 of Sly 2 is really annoying. For a few different reasons. Largely because of the fact that we're in this canopy jungle area, and getting all of the clue bottles is a nightmare in it. But we're going to go ahead and get to work on getting all those clue bottles. Before we do any major missions today. Ooh, a gold ring. Okay, cool. As you can see, there's one right there. Well, how do you get up there, do you ask? Well, there's a couple options, I think. You gotta go up this way. And of course, there are plenty of missions around that we can do as well. But we'll do those once we actually collect all the clue bottles. As you can see, we only have 3 of 30 right now. There is quite a lot of climbing to do in this little area. And it is not an easy time to collect everything. Also, the fact that the camera controls are still inverted, because I can't fix them, because the game doesn't have those options, is moderately frustrating. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Well, hey, you get to enjoy a relatively pretty, for the time, backdrop here. Way up's over here. I believe there is a few more clue bottles up and around here somewhere. There's 5. That's a lot of work for 2 clue bottles. What the fuck? I will not lie. A lot of these earlier missions are made a lot easier later on when you have a hold of some power-ups that you don't get until later on in the game, that you need to buy for story progression. course. We'll get there eventually. It's just getting there. That's the annoying bit. No clues up there. I can hear a clue bottle bounding around somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's try and get up here again without getting caught again this time. So yeah, that's what I mean about there being clue bottles in this area that are really, really awkward to get to. Some of them you gotta kind of break the game to do. Not necessarily break, but kind of use the game's functions against itself. We're close to a third of the bottle count. Not bad. Some people will probably point out that there are different levels. Oh, don't. No, I want to pick his pocket. Do not see me. There are certain levels in this game that actually probably have harder layouts for all the clue bottles, and I would say you're probably right, but this is just really inconvenient, which is why I don't like them. This level has the most inconvenient clue bottles. Other levels might have harder ones. Hey, a pen. Alright. Let me just get rid of this guard just to make this a bit easier for me. Sneaking beacon. Alright. Well, I know I can do it. Just gotta do it again. There we go. And there's another one up there. This is what I mean, right? I look at that and I go, I probably should have gotten that already, but I have to go like back around and probably follow some like tree branch that exists. that I just didn't notice when I was going this way earlier. Right about it being tricksy? Yeah, like, this level probably has the most awkward level layout of clue bottles. Because you get ones like that that are just left on top of like a piece of detritus, and you're like, okay, now I gotta figure out a way to jump up to it. Like, you kind of get spoiled by the rooftops of Paris and Rajan's personal fortress. And then you come here and it's like, oh, I have to, like, sneak my way around this thing. And then jumped here. Hopefully I don't miss. And then jump back. You know? It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but once they're done, at least they're done. Shit, I have to go get you. Exactly. Exactly, that's the point, right? Though I will admit, if it wasn't fun, you wouldn't do it, right? Like, if I didn't think it was fun to do this sort of stuff, to like go around and actively find all of the clue bottles, then I probably just wouldn't do it. But at the same time, like, this isn't a 100% playthrough, I don't... Well, as I said, the 100% playthrough of Sly 2 is actually just get all the clue bottles and finish the game. Because there's nothing else. Well, when I say there's nothing else, I mean that there's no, like, speed trials like there was in Sly 1. There's no, like, real annoying things that you have to do to get the completion. Which is why Sly 2 is probably the easiest game to complete and get the platinum and all that sort of stuff for. Like, if you're playing this on the PS5 or you're playing even the PS3 remakes, and you have access to remasters, and you have access to a trophy list, Sly 2 is probably the easiest one to complete, even though I have completed all of them and platinumed all of them. Not the PS5 versions, I will admit. I need to go back and do that at some point. But I have platinumed the PS3 versions, the collection. I can hear the clue bottles jangling about. Well, that's nearly half of them. Alright, that's half. To be fair, doing this also allows me to do a bit of pickpocketing and gather up a bit of money for when we're going to need it later. So, in a way, it's not necessarily a bad thing either. Here's an interesting question for anybody listening or watching. When was the first time you were introduced to the term grinding in video games? Like, when was the first time you went... So when you said something and someone returned with, oh, you're grinding, or, oh, that's grinding, or, I gotta grind to get this thing. You know, like, when did you guys kind of get introduced to that? Because I'm trying to think about, like, when's the first time I had that video game jargon used on me. And it was probably when I was 15 or 14 or 15, maybe. I had started playing RuneScape at the time on like school PCs with some of my friends and with an older classmate, like a classmate. Well, someone who I knew, who I was friends with, who was like a year or two above me, I think. And he had introduced me to RuneScape, and I introduced my friends, and we were playing that. And I was like, oh. I was talking to somebody on the game who I had met, and they were talking to me, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta like get the stats to do this quest, and he was like, oh, you're gonna have to grind for that. That's what I remembered, at least. I could be wrong, but that's how I remember it happening. It almost always seems to be an MMO or RPG that people get introduced to that phrasing for, right? I suppose it makes the most sense, given everything. I think I have to come at that from a different direction to get up there. Probably when Rival started making videos and streaming, and we started interacting with the internet. Ah, that's fair. Yeah. Because like Rival's quote unquote MMO would have been like Elite Dangerous, right? But he played that largely solo, I think. I could be wrong. Because when I played games, at least up until I started like playing multiplayer, massive multiplayer online games, I had no idea what grinding was. But 7 years ago? Fair enough, fair enough. Like, I would have never considered, oh, I have to do this thing. Couldn't stream before that because the internet was awful. That's fair. I mean, I know what that's like. I was very similar. I was in a situation where when... before we had decent internet here, I couldn't like watch YouTube videos in 1080p. I had to watch them in 720. I remember when we were on our old internet, and I was like trying to watch a 1080p video, like a 20-minute long 1080p video. And what I ended up doing was I loaded the video up on my laptop at the time. I went away to go to the bathroom to give the video time to buffer. I then came back like 5 or 10 minutes later after having a talk and after like going to the bathroom, washing my hands, coming back, and all that. And then I would like come back from my going to the bathroom and whatever else I might have had to do, like talk to people or whatever. And then I would sit down and watch the video. And even then I'd maybe get 5 minutes into a 20-minute video before the video would start buffering again. So I'd have to wait at that point. So I just gave up watching 1080p videos. That's worse than booting a PS1. The PS1 booted quite quickly for its era. But then again, you have to remind yourself as well, right, is that during those eras, there was nothing really to load. There was no like OS, there wasn't OS obviously, but there was no UI, right? Like you booted a PS1 or a PS2, and a lot of the time the PS2 would just put you straight into the game, like you wouldn't have to wait. If you had a disc in your PS2, it would just load you straight into the game. Then there was like the PS1 was the same. If you didn't have a disc in the system, it just wouldn't boot you into anything. It would ask you to insert a disc, and that was it. Like I never really had. I remember games taking a while to load, like bigger games taking a while to load, but the system itself booting up was never that slow. But I do remember having issues with, there we go, with a few games taking ages to load. Then again, I had an old chunky PS2, like the original big blocky one without the RAM upgrade that you could get, that was required for certain RPGs and JRPGs. Back in the day, where systems would update, not just like in a pro to non-pro version, but in actual physical stats. You wouldn't be given a new console. You'd be given like a brick, like a thing to plug into your console, and instructions on how to do it. I remember those days. Remember when the PS3, like the original PS3, launched with 40 gigs of memory, and everyone was like, oh my god, that's so much memory, how many games will you be able to store on that? And it was like 7. Nowadays I have a terabyte in the PS5. I have 3.5 terabytes in the PC, and at times it still doesn't feel like enough. Then again, I suppose I'm on a different use case. I'm recording 1080p video, upwards of 4 hours of it at a time. I think some of the biggest video files I've ever had for this was like 25 to 30 gigs. Maybe a bit long, maybe a bit bigger even, but I am only recording in 1080p because there's no point in me recording it any higher than that, so. Most people only watch YouTube videos in 1080p, so there's no point in me like, as I said before, I used to not be able to watch videos in 1080p, and I want to try and make my videos as accessible to as many people as possible. So I record in 1080p, so that way people have a better chance of being able to watch them, because you're not going to be forced into YouTube by watch a video in much higher video resolution than your internet can handle. Also, less stress in your system. Exactly. I have no need to record 4K video. Like, 4K video, god, what's the point? I have a 4K monitor. Legitimately, I have a 4K monitor. I have an ultra-wide 4K that I got gifted by a friend because he bought a new monitor and he didn't want this one anymore. It's an ultra-wide 4K monitor that's curved, and it's really, really nice. But I've only ever played like a couple games on it. And most of the time when I play games on it, it's like I'm playing a single player game that I'm like never going to stream, because obviously you can't stream in 4K anyway. I can only stream in 1080p. Twitch has a thing nowadays though where you can like sign up to a beta to stream in 2K resolution, and I'm like, why would I ever do that? Why would I ever try and like take away an option? Why would I ever try and stream in that when I know for a fact that there are going to be people out there who are like, why are you streaming in what? Or I cannot watch. The amount of people who would watch my streams, watch anyone's streams, who can watch in 2K resolution and not have any frame drops, not have any kind of data loss, are people who could probably just play the games anyway because they're probably in a position of, you know, having a lot of money and good internet and all that. And I want to make my streams as accessible as possible, so I only stream in 1080p. There is no point in me streaming in any higher resolution. At least I don't think so. Unless anyone else wants to, like, say that you're wrong, you should probably stream in 4K. You mostly watch on your phone, you don't need 4K. Exactly, right? Like, with the time slot I stream in, people are not watching this on their PCs the vast majority of the time. There are obviously people who aren't, you know, in work or who work from home, who maybe have a second monitor or even a third monitor that they can throw my stream up on and they'll have it there. But like, there's no point. There just isn't. Now maybe YouTube will say, actually there is. If you have 4K video, we push it to more people because it looks better or whatever, I don't know. But most of the videos I watch are in 1080p. Why would I watch it in anything else? Hell, I have videos in 1080p full screened on my 4K monitor. Does it not look as crisp? Yes. Do I care? Not particularly. Like, I very rarely ever go, oh, I need to have the best viewing experience. I need to have the highest resolution settings and the highest everything. And I'm like, no, not really. It doesn't really bother me. I don't much care for 4K gaming and all this shit. It just doesn't seem to make much sense. I go back to my take of 4K textures should be an optional download. If you're going to force a dev team to spend the time to texture and render 4K textures, because that's a big thing money-wise, then quite literally just have it be an option. Have it be an optional extra. That if someone wants to spend the 10 minutes downloading a 4K texture pack that will just run natively on the game anyway, go wild. But the amount of space I would save on my computer if I didn't have to download if I didn't have to download 4K textures that I'll never fucking use, is crazy. You have more to worry about than being bothered by 4K. If you're bothered by 4K, I'm very happy for you as the rest of your life is going great. Exactly. If the only thing you have to worry about is graphical fidelity in video games, then you probably have a pretty blessed life. If you're worried about the fact that your, 40, 5090 Ti Super or whatever NVIDIA is releasing these days is not giving you 100 billion FPS in Warzone, then you probably have enough privilege to shut the fuck up about it. You're probably fine. Whatever your situation is, you don't need to worry about me and my fun times playing games that actually are fun. And yes, I don't think Call of Duty's fun anymore. I could be old, but I just don't think Call of Duty's that fun. I like watching people play the single player campaigns. I enjoy my yearly watch of a Call of Duty single player campaign where I go, okay, that was fun. That was a bunch of nothing, but that was fun. If you know what I mean. It's like watching any summer blockbuster. It's like, oh, that was Fast and Furious 17. Dom goes to a retirement home. And I'm like, okay, cool. Cool. You know, it's a popcorn fest wherein you forget about everything halfway through the game, or halfway through the story. Doesn't matter. And the single player is 3 hours exactly. I don't pay for it. I watch somebody else play it, and they paid for it, and I'm like, okay, cool. I would never pay for a Call of Duty. I would never buy a Call of Duty game. I could not tell you the last time I bought a Call of Duty game. It might have actually been the better part of 10 years ago. But I quite obviously am not the target audience. That's a film. 100% that's a film. But like, I'm not the target audience for Call of Duty anymore. I'm not, you know, a 35-year-old homeowner who has 2 kids and who can only buy 1 game a year because their wife won't let them buy any more games, or they can't afford it, which is also equally fair. If it's the first reason, you should probably get a divorce. If it's the second reason, then I'm sorry to bully you, but, you know. Then there's the opposite case where, like, you know, you're a 15-year-old who has nothing else to do after school. Black Ops 2, that was a long time ago. Black Ops 2 was a long time ago. Arguably the last good Call of Duty as well. But yeah, I'm not worried about graphics. Your brother-in-law buys the newest FM every year and he has a lovely time. Exactly. There are people whose, like, one video game purchase a year is Football Manager, FIFA, Call of Duty. Or insert any other yearly sports release. NHL, NFL, whatever other games you can think of that release once yearly, and people play it and then they go, okay, yeah, this is all I play for the entire year and I'm good to go. Which, if that's you, great. I'm glad you're happy. But that's not me. I play way too many fucking games every year. And I buy way too many games every year to be bothered with 4K graphics. Like, when I eventually get the financing together to buy a new PC, because I'm looking at that in the future, in the not too distant future. And, like, what's my purchase? Well, I'm not going to go out and get myself, you know, a 5090 and a, what's it, the 9950X, I think, is the highest tier AMD card, AMD CPU. But what I will probably look into is like a 9900 X3D and a 9070 XT. Used to buy Madden every year, not since 2012. They changed it and it got shit. I haven't bought a NHL game or an NBA game since 2017 or 2018, I think. Once they switched from the PS3 games to the PS4, once they went from PS3 to PS4, like generationally, the games got really, really bad, and I never bought them again. I do own an NBA game, however, on the PC. I own NBA 2K12. Sorry, not 12. 21. Because it was free on Epic, I think, and I picked it up and I played it for like half an hour and went, "Oh, this is bad," and then I put it down. The last good NBA 2K game that I played a lot and I loved every second of it, was NBA 2K15. Which is now a decade ago, which is crazy to say out loud. How How many more are we looking for? Just 2. Okay, we're looking for 2 of them. Where would they be? They're probably over there, actually, now that I think about it. Because that was the place where we fell off. Hashtag he fell off. Well, yeah, as I say, 4K graphics should be an optional download. Devs shouldn't be forced to having 4K graphics in every single game that releases. I'll give you a perfect example, right? I will always prefer a stylized game with mediocre graphics over a samey, hyper photorealistic copy, right? I would much rather have something that looks like this, like Sly 2, over another game that looks like The Last of Us. Or any modern Call of Duty title. Photorealistic games look weird to you and age poorly. They do tend to age poorly. Like, if you take a look at a photorealistic game from, let's say, 2015. Well, The Last of Us came out in 2013. The original Last of Us came out in 2013. Which means that it came out 12 years ago. They recently re-released it on PS5 and PC with like a whole new graphical upgrade and all that shit, right? Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can hear the last clue bottle. Like, yeah, Last of Us came out in 2013. It looked really, really good at the time. And now people say The Last of Us looks shit. Now people say that the remake of The Last of Us looks better than the old The Last of Us. And I'm like, yeah, probably. But do I think it's that different? Like, stylistically? No. It's the same game, but it's got moderately improved graphics. Would be how I'd often phrase it, right? Like, it looks better, sure, but I don't particularly think it brings anything to the experience. If you played 2025's Last of Us Part 1 and then played 2013's Last of Us Part 1, they'd be basically the same experience. And that's my point. Right? Those games basically don't have any difference between parts. They maybe added in some new, like, some slightly different, like, mechanics, maybe, to make it more like the newer Last of Us, maybe? I don't know. But, like, to me, those games don't... There's no difference between The Last of Us Part 1 2013 and The Last of Us Part 1 2025. Now, I'm sure someone in the comments will educate me. Maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe there's massive differences between these games and they've added a bunch of new things and made the game much, much better. I doubt it, but maybe they have. Give them credit. And if they have, good. If they haven't, why bother buy the new title? Why bother buy The Last of Us 2025 when I've already played The Last of Us 2013 and got the exact same experience, just with marginally worse graphics? That's it. I think more games out there should be stylized. I think there should be less photorealistic games. That's my take. That's my controversial take of the day. Less photorealistic games, more games that look like Sly, more games that look like The Wolf Among Us, more games that look like Dispatch, more games that look like I haven't played it, but games like Hollow Knight and stuff like that. More games that look like they will stand the test of time because of art style and art direction, because that is what makes a game stand the test of time when it comes to graphic fidelity, not actually having 8K resolution that you can play in 15 FPS on a 5090. And before someone says my 5090 gets me 60 FPS, I'm like, yeah, probably because you're using fake frames. I'm talking rasterization performance. I'm not talking about NVIDIA DLSS, fake performance improvements because they can sell you on fake frames, because fake frames aren't real frames. It's why no one's buying 8 gigabit graphics cards. I watched the Gamers Nexus video about it earlier, where they're talking about no one's buying the 8 gigabit graphics cards because everyone knows they're a rip-off, because you can't run modern games on 8 gigabits of VRAM, which I'm feeling. I'm on a 6 gigabit VRAM card. What the hell is this last clue bottle? I mean it very literally. If I got myself a 9070 XT tomorrow, I would go from having 6 gigabits of VRAM to having 16. I would nearly triple my VRAM count, which is a legitimately life-changing improvement for somebody who's had a 2060 for nearly 6 years now. And like, as I always tell people, why would I spend an extra 400 euros on a 5080 when I get 90% of the performance with a 9070? Especially after the newest driver updates. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Hardware Unboxed today release drivers versus current drivers comparison for the 9070 XT, and like the graphics card in general has like I think it's a 7 or 8% uplift overall over like 17 games or 18 games that they tested, which to some people is like which to NVIDIA these days is like a full-on generational uplift. So I'm going to if I got that upgrade for free, if I already owned a 9070, I would be super happy with that. But yeah, that's my rant. That's one of my rants, I guess, for the day. Stylized graphics over photorealistic graphics. 4K textures should be an optional download. Because not everyone has high-speed internet to download 4K graphics. What else am I thinking? What else is there? What else can I say that's moderately controversial? When you buy a game, you should own it. I thought there might be a clue bottle here. Yeah, just a general sort of dislike for the modern gaming sphere of games should all look hyper realistic. Are there games that I think that the hyper realism probably worked for? Yeah, games like God of War 2016 and Ragnarok. Both of those games work really well in hyper realistic graphics. Do I think that those there's the last one. Do I think that those graphics might come back to bite that game in the future if you decide to replay it when you're like if I decided to play God of War 2016 on stream again, well, not again, sorry, if I decided to play it again but on stream, and I was like, hey guys, we're gonna play God of War 2016. I picked it up on Steam. It was on sale. I also picked up Ragnarok. We're gonna play through both of those games. We're gonna have a lot of fun playing them. I really enjoyed when I played them on PS4 and PS5. I'm gonna have a lot of fun. And I'm like, great, that sounds like a great time. And then I play it and I'm like, oh man, God of War 2016 does not look as good as I remember it looking back when I played it originally.
Rajan is able to monitor all of our communications out here with that elephant-driven satellite array.
That's pretty grim. You got a plan for shutting it down?
Don't I always? Now, the local spice plants are illegal for good reason. Eat too many and you'll go into a fit of uncontrolled rage.
Keep that stuff away from Murray. Oh, wait, I get it. I put some spice plants in the elephant's feed bag. He chows down, gets all crazy, and then presto, the satellite's in pieces.
A crude interpretation of the plan, but accurate. The trick here is harvesting the spice plants. You'll have to do some serious climbing, as they only grow high up in the jungle canopy.
So yes, if I decided to play that game and it didn't, and I was like, oh man, this game does not look as good as I remember looking back in 2016 when I originally played it, I think it'd be a really weird experience. But I also doubt that I'd feel that way. I doubt that I'd be like, oh man, this game does not look good anymore. I'm like, this game is that game is like 10 years old at this point. 2016 is 2015. I think it came out like mid 2016. So yeah, that game will probably still look as good as I remember it, if not better, because I'd be playing it on PC. But like, I don't know. I don't get the infatuation, I suppose is the best way to put it. The unhealthy infatuation that modern gaming has with graphic fidelity. I think graphic fidelity is a nice bonus, but it should be secondary. If the game isn't fun, nobody will play it. Bum bum ba dum bum. Agreed? Yeah. Also, here's an interesting thing that I learned yesterday. Anyone remember Anthem? BioWare's 2019 live service shooter. That was like a an Iron Man game where like you could fly around in what were they called? Were they called javelin suits in that game? I think it was bad. I played the beta, didn't enjoy it, largely because the game was pretty badly balanced, but a friend of mine paid for like the really expensive version of the game to get access to the beta, and we played it together. And I thought that that game had some really good bones. I really enjoyed the full release of the game, because I played a little bit of it, but I returned the game. Like, I played the beta and I really enjoyed it when it worked. I thought the gameplay was pretty fun. I thought flying around with the javelin was pretty fun. But let me get to my point here. Did you know that the Anthem servers were still up? They are in fact still up. You can still buy and play Anthem in 2025. Why? Good question. I don't know. That game hadn't had an update since like a year after it came out, because Anthem Next was cancelled. But that was the point. The servers are still up. EA and BioWare announced yesterday that the Anthem servers will be shut down in January of 2026. Meaning if you bought Anthem, if you spent any amount of time on any of that game, so if you spent any amount of your time or any amount of your money on that game, it is going to go away in January of 2026, sorry. And at that point, the servers go down, the game is no longer playable because it is an online only experience, even though it does have a single player campaign. and I thought it was very interesting because I've seen there's obviously the Stop Killing Games petitions going on in the EU and UK right now. There's a UK petition as well, Red, because obviously the UK is no longer in the EU. There's a UK specific petition, and it's also gone through, meaning Parliament have to talk about it. I think I'm not too sure how that works over there, but I do believe there is a parliamentary discussion that will have to happen about it. But what I wanted to point out is, you're right. Anthem as a game was pretty fun. Was it great? No. I enjoyed what I saw of it, and I thought it was a pretty okay experience. My biggest negative with Anthem was that I feel like BioWare kind of side shuffled Mass Effect Andromeda and focused all of their time on Anthem. Maybe not directly, not on purpose, but I'm pretty sure that they believed, or maybe someone at EA believed, that it would be better to focus on the game that would maybe project out to make more money in the long run, as opposed to the single player experience. Because a lot of the animations you see in Anthem are directly copies of animations from Andromeda, which I pointed out, and someone was like, "Oh shit, you're dead right." But I would actually like the option to play that game on stream and not feel like I'm throwing away money, because I actually quite enjoyed the time I spent with
Why?
it.
Now take all the spice plants you've collected to the elephant's feed basket.
But yes, that's a game that will die. People will no longer have access to it, and you will no longer have the option to even try it. Like, you literally, Anthem is dead. Like, there is no, aside from like YouTube searching Anthem gameplay, you will never see anyone play that game ever again after January 2026. Now, I'm sure there's some people who are like, "Oh, I couldn't care less. Good, Anthem should have died a long time ago." And in a way, you're probably not wrong.
Sayonara,
But
satellite
there
array.
you go. And then, as Red puts out here in the chat below me, then why isn't other more appreciated games? Because obviously Anthem has gotten, well, let me be fair to Anthem here for half a second. Anthem did not get all that much attention. It just got online support, right? Because people were for sure maybe not buying the game, but people were for sure like, what's the phrase I'm looking for here? They were for sure still playing it, and people were still for sure paying for the premium currency that that game has. So here's a perfect example here, right? Mass Effect Andromeda's multiplayer still exists. Oh wait, the ads are playing. I'll continue my thought process now in a second. Let me go ahead up here and get started on the next mission. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, how long have I been? Wow, I've already been recording almost an hour. I hope you guys have been enjoying the Sly Cooper playthroughs. Let me know what you think. Right, let me just pause here for a second while I have a quick sip of my water, because fuck me, am I thirsty. Hey, you. Yeah, I'm pointing at you directly. You. If you hydrated, drink some water. Take your meds. Make sure you eat. If you're watching this while you're doing some work or something like that, make sure you stand up and stretch. Oh, excuse me. Right. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, YouTube. We'll be right back. Okay. We're back. So as I was saying, right, fuck, my thought process is dead. So, what was I saying? Oh yes, that's right, Mass Effect Andromeda's multiplayer is still up. You can still play Mass Effect Andromeda in multiplayer. You can still jump on that game right now if you own it and play the multiplayer. Same with Mass Effect 3's original release, I think on PC at least. You can play it on, you can play those games online right now if you want to. You want to know why, probably? They probably still make EA a decent amount of money every year. There's probably still people paying for the deluxe currency for both of those games, because both of those games use loot box based progression in order to get new items and characters.
The insect in that pool is a rare Indian water bug. If you can carry it into Rajan's office, its wings will transmit local sound waves at a frequency I can monitor.
Let me get this straight. We're gonna bug Rajan's office with a bug?
It is an elegant plan, I agree. Now pay attention. That water bug can only survive in stagnant pools. If kept out of water too long, it'll become unhappy and likely draw the attention of local guards.
Looks like there's a few pools along the way to Rajan's office. A short swim every now and then should keep our little friend quiet.
And then, of course, I assume the reason that Anthem has been finally canned is because of the fact that it's finally stopped making them enough money for them to go, okay, we can no longer afford to keep this game. The game is no longer paying for its servers plus profit, right? That is more than likely what has happened. The game has finally gotten to a point where all the player base is fed up, is no longer paying for the game servers to stay awake. So they're like, okay, we're going to can the game. Which I'm sure is going to happen at some point to Andromeda and to Mass Effect 3. What I would like is for the ability to play those games still, which is why I backed Stop Killing Games. However, as we're fully aware, those games will be grandfathered in and we'll not have to worry about it. But it would be pretty cool, I won't lie, it would be pretty cool if I could run custom servers. It's a big little bug. He's moderately sized. He's moderately sized, you know? What's happening with Titanfall 2 servers? God if I know. I haven't heard anything about Titanfall 2 servers in like a year. I think they fixed them a bit. I think there was a few patches that went out and they fixed a few things. But I don't know if it's like, I don't know if they're any better than they were, or if it's a case of the game is still like, if they fixed it in the short term and you can't play them anymore. I've not played Titanfall 2 in a long time at this point. But like, I enjoyed Titanfall 2, and I really enjoyed when you could play it again on PC, even if it was only for a little while. It was still pretty fun. I won't deny that. But unfortunately, I couldn't tell you if the game is playable anymore, or if they've finally killed it off. But then again, if Titanfall 2 can still have servers over 10 years later, even though it's not played much at all anymore, I think that other games should probably have more options. But hey, I'm not gonna be super upset when those servers eventually do get shut down, because I played a decent amount of Titanfall 2, but I played a lot of it on PS4.
Excellent. I've already tuned into the bug's wing vibrations. I'm a genius.
And that's where the
Good thing I'm
safe is.
fluent in Sanskrit, or this last code would have been impossible. Try 386.
3, 8, 6. But yeah, the whole thing that I have there is right is that
You've gotten the voltage attack move.
thanks Bentley. But my whole thing there was that I wanted to let people know that Anthem servers were still up until, and it will still be up until January 2026. So if you own the game and you have some premium currency, you might as well fucking spend it because you're not going to get to use it in the future. And once that game goes offline, every penny you spent on it, every minute you spent in the game, goes away. If a game is online only or needs an online connection to play, then the servers need to be open until there's literally 0 players. I mean, I can see where you're coming from for sure. The problem is that if that happens, nobody will. Literally every single game out there that has an online server will probably close down before those laws come into effect, because companies don't want to spend that money. And that's just how it'll be. They'll go, okay, if you guys don't want to, if you guys want to force us with legislation in order to force to like keep all these games online forever and ever, amen, then we will stop making those games and we will close all the games that we have that have an online server connection. So games will just no longer exist because they'll be grandfathered in, right? That's how it always works with those kind of laws. Is that things that exist. Things that existed before those laws come into effect are basically told, okay, you guys have an exemption because you came in before these laws are in effect, which would mean games like Elite Dangerous will not be affected, will probably end up dying at some point, which is kind of wild to say out loud. Games like EVE Online will probably die at some point, and they will not have any option really. They'll have no. Well, EVE Online might be one where they'll have ways around it, but I don't know. Well, like my biggest. It did almost die in Frontier. It started giving a shit again. This is true. I remember the update. The ground combat update, and everyone hated it. That's when I stopped playing, even though I just gotten my hands on a not a Fed Corvette, the one down from the Anaconda. I just gotten my hands on an Anaconda and I started like building it up.
As I expected, Rajan is out for his daily tour of the operation. My sources claim he always carries 3 blueprints on him, which, when read together, tell you everything about his spice operation.
Too bad he doesn't have that section of the clockwork heart we saw during the recon. You could just pump him full of sleep darts and we could all go home.
Unfortunately, my sleep darts aren't powerful enough to affect Rajan.
What? How are you gonna get at those blueprints?
Rajan has an insatiable appetite for Indian watermelons, which, if eaten whole, will force even him to nod off for a while. Once he's asleep, I'll creep in and lift the blueprints.
Well, that's fine and all, but how do you plan on luring him over to the watermelons?
I've equipped my sleep darts with a sonic disruptor. The strange sounds they make should be enough to lead the ever-curious Rajan from place to place.
we go. I got him. But I think you know where I was going with that though, Red, right? Like what I'm saying, that there's going to be a lot of games that when this law comes out and things change, like when the EU regulate things like this, the rest of the world tends to follow in their footsteps. Because this might be a bit of a shock to some of you guys out there, but the EU is actually the largest economic base on the planet. It's bigger than North America. It's bigger than South America. It is the biggest economic consumer base that exists. The buying power of Europe.
Viper in the glass.
Damn, he detected me. It's the biggest, like, economic consumer base on the planet. No, it's over there now. Okay. Okay. Oh god. What's Red saying now? Sorry. And the British are idiots. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna comment on that one. I think I'm slightly biased for more than one reason on that one. But to put it out there, I do believe that there is a possibility that, like, perfect example here, right? If you have an iPhone, if you have a modern iPhone, like a new iPhone, it has a USB-C charging port. And the reason why that exists is because the EU Regulation Commission said, hey, Apple, you're anti-consumer by forcing people to have your proprietary charging port on your phone. Because it's shit. It breaks every 5 seconds. We're going to force you now to change it to an actually good charging thing. So that way people no longer have to buy like 4 or 5 different charging ports. And there are actual options out there for it. Like, I am more than 100% certain that if the EU passes a regulation that says, hey, games with an online component now need to have an end-of-life service wherein at the end of the game's lifespan, you must release a way for people to
What?
run the game without access to your servers.
That's the complete set of blueprints. Great field work, Bentley. You're really getting the hang of this.
At which point, the rest of the world will feel an impact from that. Because it will change how online games are built everywhere. Because why would you build a game differently?
I've got some bad news. Rajan has gone into hiding somewhere in the temple. I guess the destruction of his satellite array and my invasion of his personal space to get the blueprints spooked him. To get his portion of the Clockwork Heart, we'll need to drive him out into the open. Given Rajan's spy-saddled temper, I'd recommend making him angry. First, we'll destroy the center of his operation, the Spice Grinder. Then we'll demolish the dam above the temple in an attempt to flood him out. If that doesn't work, I've made arrangements to exchange one of the temple's facade rubies for some high explosives, which, if necessary, we can use to flood the whole temple grotto. If my psychological profile is accurate, Rajan should pick up the other half of the Clockwork Heart before making his escape, effectively bringing it to us.
So yeah, if you have a modern iPhone, the reason why you don't have to buy a Thunderbolt charger, which is widely regarded as one of the worst chargers to ever exist because it would break every 5 seconds, is because the EU Commission said, hey, Apple, fuck you, If you want to sell your phones in the EU, you have to move it to the USB-C format. At which point, it would also work the same way for video games. Because why would a studio in, let's say, Japan, because that's one of the bigger ones, or China, or America, or Canada, why would they build two different games with two different backends to release to two different people, to release to two different areas, where one of those areas is more economically viable than the others? It would make more sense to just build all the games the same way, because why would you not do that? So when this passes, you're going to see a lot of games that are currently in design document stages, like pre-release, get their design documents changed, which is a lot easier process than changing the entire game from the ground up. Yeah, that's my take on it. It is good to have options, however, it's also good to make sure that people who buy games don't get cheated out of them. And you're going to have a lot of people who are going to be annoyed about it because, you know, they're developers, or if you're an indie dev, for example, and you have cloud saves, you know, you have to figure out, okay, what are we going to do if the cloud ever goes down, or whatever else it may be. And my argument is it's probably easier to adjust that than it is to build your game from the ground up differently. That's how I feel about it.
According to Rajan's blueprints, you're near the spice grinding facility. However, the passage is blocked by those laser fences.
Looks like they're using TNT to create these catacombs. Maybe I can borrow some to destroy the fences. You're the demolitions expert. How am I supposed to use that stuff?
Oh, it's simple. Just jump in, walk the barrel to your target, jump out, and get clear of the blast radius. But be careful around floor lasers, Sly. The TNT barrels won't work on them.
Attention guards. Make sure all laser fences are operational to protect the spice grinder.
So yeah, once the EU Commission actively takes this seriously, because the EU Commission will take it seriously, because that's what they do. Once something hits the required amount of signatures and the Commission has to take a look at it, they will actually have to consider
I'm within visual range of the
viable
spice grinder.
options.
What's next?
Rajan won't come out of hiding while spice is still being manufactured. If we destroy the grinder, he'll be out of business and have no reason to stick around the temple.
Great. We do the world a favor and Rajan's forced out into the open.
Start by getting a hold of that TNT down there. It's worth mentioning that guards won't be able to detect you if you stay still while in the TNT barrel.
Nice.
Oh.
An explosive disguise.
Place the explosive near that grinding wheel, and it'll be blown to bits.
That sneaking baseline is the absolute best. Yeah, that dun 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 every time I take a step. One of my favorite parts of this game. Oh, that's not good. Well, rip slide. Turned into mush. We gotta start again. Alright, let's do it. Means you get to listen to more of the sneaking baseline at least. But I really enjoy the this game's like musical sting, right? Because it's got like that really cool, that really chill bass line to it that you can hear a lot. It's also got, you know, some very interesting general soundtrack. Like, it's very stylized, and I think that yet again, that's what makes this game such a good time, because you can play it now in 2025 and it still feels as good as it did back in 2004 when this game originally came out. But I think it's literally only like that because it's such a stylized title. Like, if this game came out in a modern setting, like, you know, it had like the modern development constraints of has to have, you know, an ultra photorealistic art style, I think it would lose out. I don't think it'd be as good. Maybe that's an unpopular take. But I think that if this game had a more realistic art style, had less sort of noir camp to it, it wouldn't be nearly as good. At least that's my opinion. That's one man's humble opinion. Yeah, I don't want side to look like a real raccoon. One moment. YouTube, you're going to appreciate this when you see it finally pop up on your screen. So, for those of you who weren't aware, back in 2016, One Media, the people who made the Ratchet and Clank movie, they also like worked on a few other bits and pieces, but that's what I know them for specifically. They released a movie trailer for Sly Cooper the movie. And this is what he looked like. That's him. That's our friend Sly Cooper right there. That's him. Honestly, doesn't look terrible. That's some curse shit. That's what he looked like. Hang on, let's see where's the gang. Because there is a freeze frame here, I think, where all three of them are in it. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hang on. It's also kind of hard to see because it's not full screened. But that is Bentley there, Sly there, Murray there. Let me just... There we go. You should be able to see it a bit better now. That's Bentley in the van. That's Sly. And that's Murray. Here's a better up-close... up-close image of Bentley. Isn't that cursed as fuck? I don't think there's a better view of Murray in here anywhere. Maybe. Let me just turn off the audio here for a second. There he is. Oh, that's fucking awful. Murray looks the worst. Murray looks the worst. That's Murray. I don't know where they got Murray here, but that's what Murray looked like in the trailer back in 2016. I remember seeing this and being like, oh my god, I can't wait to see this in cinemas. It's the first thing we've had from Sly since Thieves in Time, like 3 years prior. This got shadow cancelled. It got turned into a TV series for a bit, and then it got cancelled, and we haven't heard anything about it since like 2019. Which I think is a good thing. Also, yeah, if you look at the bottom of your screen right here, it says 11 years ago. But yeah, I don't know where they got this idea from. Also, this Sly is not voiced by Kevin Miller. They didn't get Kevin Miller back to do this guy. They didn't get Kevin Miller back to do this voice for some reason or another. But this guy isn't voiced by Kevin Miller. This Sly is not voiced by him. I'd like the cane design though. The cane design looks very good, but I don't like the... It's too super realistic, and as I say, you need something that's a little bit more stylized for it. And I think that they made an absolute mess of it. But there you go. There's Sly looking as realistic as possible, I guess, or the most realistic version of him we'll probably ever get. I don't think we're going to get a Sly 5. It's when the first stills for Sonic came out. You're dead right. And unironically, entirely unironically, the first Sonic movie, like the first two Sonic movies, legitimately decent. Legitimately good movies. Like, legitimately a fun time to watch those movies. Better if you have kids, I'd assume, or younger people who like that particular character in IP more. I was never a particularly massive Sonic fan. I liked Sonic, but I wasn't super into Sonic. But I will admit, the first two Sonic movies, having watched them, pretty good. Pretty fun, all in all. A fun time with decent writing. The designs look pretty good. But the thing that saved those movies was people quite literally memeing the fuck out of the design of Sonic, and saying that he doesn't even look like Sonic, and legitimately being like really up in arms about it.
Make sure to get the TNT barrel into that basin filled with spice dust.
What the fuck? I walked into the thing and it exploded. Okay. Gotta do that again. But yes. Very, very interesting time. And it's not likely we'll ever get any more. Well, I'll never say never. But another thing that came up recently is the fact that Xbox recently Sorry, Microsoft recently had a second mass layoff of 2025. They had one back in May, where they let off 6,000 people, and now they let off 9,000 people. And of that, it's like 4 or 5%. It's a decent chunk of their actual worker base. Just being told, all right, you no longer have a job. And they can't. One of the actual things that happened. Those of you who were looking forward to it, the Perfect Dark reboot got cancelled because the studio that was making it literally got closed down. I don't mean that metaphorically. I don't mean that like, oh, they got like frozen. I mean, the studio that Microsoft opened to make them a game got shut down, got shuttered. They no longer exist. And if that can happen to a first-party Microsoft studio, then good lord. Getting anything out of Sony. Like, the fact that we get games released from Sony's first-party studios semi-regularly, right? Like, we don't get a game every 2 years like we used to, or a game every year like we used to. We get a game every, like, 3 years, which is fine. I'm not here to complain about that, though that's something else I can complain about in the future if you want me to. When it comes to video game, like, Philly Spence, the head of Xbox, said during a conversation last week that Microsoft's game studios look amazing. They are doing incredibly well, was his exact quote, I believe, or like they've had like record profits. And yet, they've been forced to shutter multiple studios. And Philly Spence recently mentioned that he is disappointed in the lack of indie games, the lack of titles coming out of Microsoft and Xbox and all that. And then you kind of look at it and go, well, you close every fucking studio that makes you games. Like, 343 hasn't made a Halo game in a while. And Infinite was okay. I watched it, I thought it was pretty decent. I heard the multiplayer's gotten a lot better in the meantime. But I'm not a Halo person. So, cool. On top of that, I have not heard of a game coming out of Microsoft that people were super excited for
Make sure to get the TNT
years.
barrel into that basin filled with spice dust.
I could not tell you.
What's going on down there? It looks like spice production has fallen behind. Wait, it's completely stopped.
I could not tell you at any point in the last God knows how long that I've ever looked at a Microsoft game and gone, man, I wish that was on PlayStation. And I mean that. Microsoft are almost as good as killing studios as EA. I think they're better. Because people don't hate Microsoft the same way they hate EA. And I mean that. Like, I don't hear people talking about Microsoft the same way people talk about EA. I don't hear people talking about Microsoft like they want the studio, like they legitimately despise the studio, they despise the company. But every time anyone mentions EA, it's like, oh yeah, fuck EA. And I'm like, that should be the same energy you have for Microsoft. You should be so angry at that studio. You should be just as angry at Microsoft as people are at EA all the time. And yet people just aren't. And I don't understand why they're not. I suppose it could be something to do with the fact that Microsoft aren't technically... Well, right, it's one of those things where after Microsoft bought a bunch of big studios and all that sort of stuff, they're much more, they've become much less open, I guess, to the ideas of like trying new things, making different games, having more experimental titles. And let's be honest here, Sony doesn't really do anything particularly unique these days either, right? They do the same sort of brand of games, wherein it's like, you know, an over-the-shoulder, cinematic, story-based experience, which, hey, they found a niche that they're good at. That's good. But I also don't think that there is a... trying to find the wording for this. I also don't think that Microsoft cares nearly as much, because Sony is so small compared to EA and to Microsoft that it's not even funny. Like, Sony's like a tertiary company when compared to Microsoft and EA when it comes to like actual company size, if you know what I mean. Like, it's not even a debate. Oh, hang on, I should probably bring up my stream chat again. Do you think Steam saved the games industry by making PC? Here's the thing. I don't think that... I think it had a lot of positive influence. But do you know that Steam didn't have a refund policy until literal people sued them? There was a bunch of people in Australia who sued Steam for not having a refund policy. If you bought a game on Steam and the game didn't work, or you didn't like it, or you couldn't run it on your hardware, you would very literally just be shit out of luck. That was something that they fixed after they got sued by like the entire country of Australia. And I am not joking when I say the entire country of Australia. They literally got sued by the entire country of Australia. Do Valve do games? No. Valve has not made a game in a long time. I believe they technically published the VR game Half-Life Alyx, I think. But like, I mean, it's a VR game, right? So I don't really know much about it. I'm not a VR person. That's not my scene. Heard it's a good game. Not my scene though. But I am sure that, like, Steam helps, right? Steam helps a lot, right? Like, without Steam, you wouldn't have... I'm sure that there'd be lots of games out there that exist right now that wouldn't exist if Steam didn't have a storefront. But I also think that, unfortunately, there are too many obstacles to being successful in the games industry. There was that new game that came out like semi-recently that like was literally so bad that Sony was like, hey, we'll give you refunds for this game even if you're not in the refund window anymore. Mind's Eye or some shit, I think it was called. Like, it was awful. Game barely functioned. Was a horrific experience for anyone who bought that game. And I feel so bad for the lead actor because he really loves video games and really wanted to make a good game that people would enjoy. And he put his heart and soul into his performance. But man, he's going to be known as the guy who played that character in that bad game forever now. Before I continue on here with this, hang on, let me pull up Sony offering refunds for Mind's Eye. That's right, Mind's Eye was the game. The debacle of Mind's Eye is ending in Sony refunds from Polygon, the 12th of June, back when Mind's Eye came out. And I remember people being really excited for that game, and it turns out, trash.
We've been contracted to acquire that huge ruby of Rajad's for a local crime ring. In exchange for the goods, they'll set us up with a cherry bomb 500 for the heist.
A cherry bomb 500? That's a lot of kick.
Trust me, we'll need it. To get that ruby free from its moorings, you might have to whack it a few times with your cane.
I'm on it.
So, perfect example here, right? If you were excited for Perfect Dark, for the remake, remaster, reboot, whatever you want to call it, why would you ever get excited for a game again?
Murray, you're on. Sly's knocked the ruby loose, and now we need your muscle to get it to the buyers.
Muscle on the way.
Like, why would I... Like, here's an example, right? And I'll give it to you as raw as I can. If I'm excited for the next Mass Effect game, quite obviously I have this jacket hanging in the background of my frame, and I have the Mass Effect Andromeda key art poster behind me. And I have it tattooed on my arm. I have the N7 symbol, I have Tali's fabric pattern, Garrus and Vetra's clan markings tattooed on my inner bicep. In here. You can kind of see the end of it there. That game has been announced in that it exists, it's being worked on. However, let's say EA has a particularly tough year. With things the way that they are, people losing their jobs. Not entirely impossible that EA ends up in a position where not many people are buying Madden fucking Ultimate Team cards, FIFA Ultimate Team cards, NHL Ultimate Team cards, all that sort of shit, right? And people are instead just buying the game and playing it, right? And all of a sudden, EA goes, okay, we can't be affording to put money into games into studios that don't make us money. BioWare, you've not made us money since Mass Effect 3. I think it was like the last real major profitable game that BioWare made. Because it was Mass Effect 3, then it was... no, sorry, Inquisition. Inquisition was probably the last big profitable game they made, and that was 11 years ago. That was 2014. Hell, Dragon Age Inquisition is so old, it released natively on the PS3. I'll put that out there. That's how old that game is. Then you had Andromeda, which was not great, made money, didn't do very well in the public's eye. Could have used more time both to cook and also better management. And probably if you'd given it time to have the DLC and have some more updates, it probably would have done well. Mark Dara agrees with me. You can find the comment that I left on his channel on the video where he talks about the release of the game, and he agrees. I also think that Anthem did not help at all. Anthem is probably the worst game that BioWare has ever released. Well, I have to remind myself, they did make Sonic the Dark Chronicles, or whatever it's called, on the Nintendo DS, and that game is horrible. Horrible. But, whatever. That's a weird one, right, from way back in the when times. But, to put it back on the point here, then they release Dragon Age: The Veilguard, which I think pretty good game. It's a good game. Is it incredible? Is it world beating? No, but it's a good game, and it's also very stable. It's like the best technical release they've had probably since Mass Effect 3. Maybe Mass Effect 3, I don't really know. They've not really had a good history of releasing super stable games on launch, but maybe since Mass Effect 3. And game releases,
Murray, you
does
can pick up
okay.
the ruby with your stomp move. Despite its size, that rock is really fragile. Bentley will run ahead and inflate cushions that are safe to throw the ruby onto. Use them, or this operation's a bust. Now, head out to our rendezvous near the waterfall.
Okay, cool. So yeah, like if you're in a situation where you're doing that sort of thing and you release games that just don't do well monetarily, and then EA goes, hey, you've not released a game in the last, let's just graciously say that Mass Effect Andromeda was the last game that they released that made a decent amount of profit, and even then that's probably me being wishful. So 2017, nearly 7 or 8-ish years ago, depending on when the game released specifically. And here you are forking all this money into a new Mass Effect game that might not release in a good state and people might not like it, which means that it just doesn't do well.
This ruby is near flawless. I'll recommend to my superiors that we purchase it, take it to our buyer, and complete the contract.
But there's my idea, right? That if you get excited for a game release in the year of our Lord 2025, you're probably naive, but you've also probably got a better outlook on life than I do. Because I would not be excited really for any game that gets announced. I would be very, very worried for anything that gets announced. But there's my my relatively doomer take on things, right? It's not good. And I know that it's not like the most, shall we say, oh, I broke the ruby. It's not exactly the most happy thing to point out, but like, God, I would be so sad if BioWare announced, hey, due to financial constraints, we're cutting even more people from the staff, and Mass Effect 5 is going on hold. Entirely fair in the climate. I mean, that's the worst part about it, right? Is that I don't feel like I'm being I don't feel like I'm drama baiting. I don't feel like I'm overreaching in saying that I think that if EA has 1 or 2 bad years because of people not being able to spend to the same amount that they used to on like foot packs and Madden Ultimate Team and stuff like that, that they could go to BioWare and go, okay, you're absorbing our losses because you don't make us money. You've not made us money in like 8 years. So we're shipping you out and you're no longer making games anymore. We're going to put your entire fucking studio on freeze. At which point, like, what do you do? Like, what do you do when EA's executives say to you, okay, your entire studio's going on freeze. We're going to move all of your devs to other studios so that way they can like help make our games that are profitable better. Like, what do you do at that point? Those of you who haven't watched Mark Dara's videos or aren't subscribed to his channel, I suggest going to do that right now. It's worth it.
I must say, the Cooper gang certainly lives up to its reputation. This is a true Indian treasure. We will honor the bargain and provide a cherry bomb 500 at the time the turtle requested.
Nice. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Yeah, that's my take. I think Bentley's the only one with mission left, is he? Bentley's got a job over there. Oh no, Sly has another mission to do, I think. We'll go do Bentley's mission then. I've already taken him out of the thing. But yeah, it makes me feel sad to think that you're going to have people who grow up on a generation of games that don't play any kind of variety, right? Like when I was growing up, I played RPGs, I played shooters, I played strategy games, I played everything and anything
Rashawn's holed up
that
in
I
his
could get my
temple.
hands on.
Got any ideas to force him out of hiding?
My research indicates that tigers have an aversion to water. By destroying that dam, the temple will be filled with a runoff.
Flooding him out, huh? Good plan. But I don't think your bombs are strong enough to do the job.
You're correct. Fortunately, while monitoring the bug in Rajan's office, I overheard that a new autopilot attack helicopter had just arrived. It's sitting inside this truck.
Stay sharp. That dam is sure to be well protected.
So like, my only... Bentley made tigers love water. They do love water. Tigers do love water.
All forces, defend the temple down. A barrel of spice to the gunship that brings down the aggressor.
But like, I find it hard to imagine living in a world where you're like a teenager, right? Where you're like 15, right? Let's say.
Ow!
And you're growing up and the only games you've ever played are like free to play, like Fortnite, Warzone, you know, games in that sort of genre where it's like, okay, I play extraction shooters and maybe like FIFA and Madden and maybe one or two other things, because my dad also buys them, right? Like your gaming console isn't just your console, it's the family console, and dad also buys himself, you know, one or two games a year, and you might play those games. But like there's that influx in the modern gaming industry, which I mean is probably pretty good for voice actors, right? Like the fact that you can go out these days and you can maybe be in multiple different games every year because there are so many free-to-play games that need people to voice them, and so many of them are developed in countries that don't speak English as their first language. Like,
Oh no! Close one!
if you're someone who plays games like Zone Zero or any of the other Hoyoverse games, right? You probably play that game a lot.
English!
And that might very well be the only game you play. AI will take over that soon? I don't think so. That's why SAG-AFTRA have been on like a giant strike for like the last year and a half.
All forces, defend the temple down. A barrel of spice to the gunship that brings down the aggressor.
Like I know people in voice acting, and they're like, yeah, we just don't. They are very much against the idea of using machine intelligence, machine learning algorithms to replace actual voice acting. And honestly, having seen some of like what people produce with machine learning voice acting, I'm like, oh, this is garbage. Like, it is not good. in any stretch of the imagination, and it is so not good that even replacing like small factors of games with it just won't work. There was that social deduction game that came out, Liar's Bar, I think it's called. I remember someone in chat saying I should play it, and me saying no because it uses artificial machine learning to voice characters. And they were like, oh, does it? Because it was like no one knew about it for a while. But then it kind of came out and everyone was like, oh yeah, we're not playing it anymore because it has machine learning voices in it. And that's the only real way to stop that sort of thing, is to, the second that games announce that they're using anything like that, you don't play them. It's why I won't be playing it. It's why I probably won't be buying any more DLC for Stellaris or anything like that, because Paradox use AI to like create certain images, and some of the voices, some of the voiceovers, like some of the different narrator voices are machine learning, and I'm just not going to play them anymore.
Hope Rajan knows how to swim.
That's just gonna be how it is. I'm just not gonna touch them anymore.
What? A piece of the dam struck the chopper. It's going down.
And that's just how you're gonna have to be about it, right? You're gonna have to stand your ground and refuse to play games that use that sort of technology.
Oh.
But anyway, I'm sure that people out there are happy that there are games, there are so many good free-to-play games out there, like Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, all of those games. I'm sure people are glad they exist, because otherwise they might not have a job. But like, I do think that there are negatives to that, wherein the only thing that certain people who buy games say, who can't afford to buy games, or who don't buy many games every year but want to play different games, only end up playing games like Zenless, like those kind of games, or games who are, you know, just not very there's not a lot of variety, right? I've heard those games are good. I've not played them, but I just don't have an interest in them, really.
Cooper,
oh, hey,
we
Neela.
meet again.
Constable Neela, thanks for not ratting me out back at the ball.
Oh, I should be thanking you. The look on Carmelita's face was priceless.
She took it hard, huh?
No one likes to have their affections played with.
I know I certainly don't. Look, Neela, as soon as this India job is over, why don't you and I go out on the town? We'll dance through Bollywood and eat curry all night long.
I'll keep it in mind, but first the task at hand. I've learned of a secret entrance leading to half of the Clockwork Heart. Legally, I can't enter the premises without a warrant. But now a thief like you...
A thief like me can go wherever he pleases. I read you.
Don't fall behind while I lead you to the entrance. This place is thick with guards, and standing still can be lethal.
I hear that, sister.
Yeah, it makes me feel bad, because some people out there will never have the variety that I had when I grew up as a gamer, as someone who played video games during the PS2, PS3, and PS4 eras, even, where there's so much variety in genre that you never quite know what game you're going to be picking up next and really loving. Also, yeah, the enshittification of the internet is in full swing because of the AI slop that exists out there these days. Some of the most viewed videos on YouTube every month are like AI generated shorts that don't have any, like, that are so bad that you look at them and you go, why the fuck is anyone watching this? and then you realize it's because the people who are watching them are literally kids. Like, I mean people who are like 3, 4, 5 years old, who do not know what the fuck they're watching, but will sit on it because it's pretty, or it's like got bright colors and stuff like that. I see it with my niece all the time. She'll be scrolling through YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or like that, and it's just, oh, this is another AI slop video, and her parents don't give a shit
This is it.
because she's quiet while she's
remember,
watching it.
If push comes to shove, I never showed you this door. And we're on for that date in Bollywood.
Oh. Well, isn't that nice of her? But yeah, there you go. That's my... I try not to be super doomerish about
There it
AI
is,
because I
just
actually
like
know
Neela
how it
said.
works and how it's
In order
very,
to
very
lower the
stringent
clockwork
limitations,
heart,
but
you'll need
I
access
get it's
to
hard
that
to...
control box, but
It's hard to look...
locked
It's hard to
down
not be
Oh, I'm
scared
sure
about
these
it
guards
sometimes.
won't mind if I borrow their keys.
Not even scared. It's hard not to be disenfranchised by it sometimes and go, oh, okay, so my job or my friend's job or these games that I love playing that are parts of my childhood or parts of whenever will just no longer be the same, basically, right? Like, I couldn't imagine playing... If you were to plop this game down in front of me as someone who maybe never played these games before, right? Who had no experience with the Sly franchise, and you were to say to me, "Hey, Mike, here's what we're gonna do, right? You're gonna play this game. You're gonna play through 2 or 3 episodes, say, like play the first 3 episodes, and then we're going to replay them, and then I'm going to show you something." And I went through these 3 episodes of the first game or the second game or whatever. And then, let's say, for example, the first playthrough was playing it through with AI-generated voices that don't sound very good, because that's not too uncommon. Most AI-generated voices sound like shit. All of them probably do, to be honest. And if you were to plop it down in front of me and then go through the second time and be like, hey, here it is a second time, but this time it's actually got the real voices in it, I'd be like, oh, I don't think there's anyone out there who's stupid enough to not realize the second that they hear it that something is AI generated, right? Like, because I saw that video that Charlie / Moist Critical put out a little while ago where he like had his intro was done by like an AI generator, and I could tell immediately because I saw his mouth not moving correctly, and I was like, oh, it's AI generated. And then he admitted to it and was like, yeah, I got this off of like a Reddit thing and I wanted to show it to you guys because it's getting scary. Because in his case, like, he sits in front of a camera and talks, and he's not very animated and kind of doesn't move very much, and his background's very static. And his content will be very easily replicated by an AI, but mine won't be because I play games and I'm animated and all that, and I'm not worried about it. But I know there are people out there who are worried about it, and I don't blame them for being worried about it because we don't live in a good society for that sort of shit. I'm entirely certain that
That's it. Half the
there are
clockwork
people
heart.
out there who will argue
The
that
spice
AI is
won't
good for
be
people.
growing around here anytime
It'll do
soon.
things that, you know, you don't want to do. And I'm like, okay, so does it do my taxes? No. Does it do my homework? Well, it does do my homework, but I don't want AI to do that. I think people should have to do their own fucking
Partial
homework.
flooding didn't work, so it's time to go the distance. Blowing
we
up
go.
the temple's elephant mouth should turn this grotto into a swimming pool. I'll cover Murray from the chopper's gun turret while he pries the mouth open. Once that's done, Sly will need to walk the Cherry Bomb 500 into the throat. Then get to high ground as fast as you can. Rajan is sure to show up and be extra angry. Jump him, snag his half of the clockwork heart, and we're out of here.
So yeah, I understand people being worried about it, and I get it. I was worried about it for a long time too. Because I was trying to find work and I couldn't do it, and I thought it was because people had replaced a lot of the jobs that I used to do with machine learning. But then what I ended up doing was I just I kept going at it, and I found jobs that actually ignore machine learning. But like, I just don't see it as a, in its current state, all that AI does is make jobs that are already hard harder. If you're an artist, if you're a musician, if you're an actor, if you're anything like that, why would I ever hire someone to do something for me when I can get an AI to do it for free? My argument is that that's not the right mentality to have if you're a creative. If you want to create something, you got to be passionate enough about it to care. And as far as I'm concerned, if you use a machine learning algorithm in anything, well, if you use a machine learning algorithm to generate images, to generate voices, to get out of paying people, I'll put it that way. Because I do think there are certain instances where, like, you know, using a machine learning algorithm to make your enemy artificial intelligence really, really good, that's a good idea. Like they did that in Alien Isolation, the xenomorph adapts to your playstyle.
Let's head out for the turret, Murray. All right, I'll set up shop here and provide covering fire while you try to pry open the elephant's mouth for Sly.
That's an interesting glitch. There he is in the background. Bentley's doing something. Oh, there he is. There's Bentley. Nice. So yeah, that's. It's not something I particularly want to talk about for too long because I don't care enough about it. I think it's a waste of a discussion. I've had this argument with people before. AI is destroying the environment. It's making life for people harder. It doesn't make life for anyone other than rich people easier.
Crack at opening the mouth.
There's no real reason for anyone to use it unless you're, well, there's reasons, right? Like if you use it for if you're someone who's differently able, then you need it for an actual aid in some way, shape, or form. Like it helps you understand things and do things better because of certain things that you've got going on. Then I have no issue with that. However, if you're literally just a rich person who's like, I don't want to pay people, I am instead going to ham fist a machine learning algorithm into it, so it'll do it instead.
He'll never be able to get that mouth open unless I destroy all of them.
That's my problem. My problem is not the existence of the technology, it's that we live in a capitalistic society that makes living as a creative hell. Even though it's not an easy life to live, knowing plenty of people who are creative, who are in a position where they're like, I lost my job, I lost clients because of it. And it's not even that it's good at the things that these people lost their jobs at. It's that it is fine. It is passable. It is a solid 4 out of 10. But it's 4 out of 10, and it's cheaper than paying somebody who can give you a 10 out of 10. So people ignore it. And that is my opinion. I think the problem with it is not that it exists. It is that we live in a capitalistic society that values profit over people's well-being, over people's livelihood, over people's mental health. And because of that, there should be regulations about it when it comes to using it for anything like that.
The Murray's might and muscle triumphs again. The mouth is open. You're all clear to bring in the Cherry Bomb 500.
Anyway, to bring it to something a little bit more fun, because that's not a conversation that I really enjoy having these days. I've lost some friends over that discussion, and you know what? I'm fine with it. But when it comes down to it, I am more than willing to admit that I think that it's not because of the technology itself. It's because of the fact that we live in a society that unfortunately does not value human interaction or human creativity. It values profit more than anything else, and because of that, it makes it impossible to live as a creative. When you go back to the day and age where you could live as a painter or a sculptor in a court of a king or a duke or whatever like that and get paid to work, but that's not a thing anymore. So in a way, it's a good thing that's not a thing anymore. But listen, I'm not here to tell you to live your life a certain way. I'm here to tell you the options, and if you decide to keep doing a thing that hurts people, then I'm just not going to be friends with you anymore. It's that simple. And then we get this cool slow-mo running away scene.
Black clouds and thunderbolts! My spice temple! Ruined! I will no longer hide while you villains destroy my hard-won empire! This place is mine! Here I am king! Come, face me, Cooper! With Clockwork's black heart, I will show you true power! You are nothing! Come face the might of Rajan, lord of these hills!
Boy, when we try to tick someone off, we really do the job.
Tuh.
Yes, you do seem to have quite a talent for it.
Constable Neela, slumming it with the thieves again?
That man is an illegal spice trader. He should be brought to justice.
All I'm after is the clockwork part. You help me take him down, and the bust is all yours.
Just try to keep up.
I forgot this place is drained out because this is where all the water came from. Uh-oh. That's a little cringe.
Neela, now!
Sorry.
What are you doing?
Oh, Sly! I'm coming, buddy!
This is it? This is the Cooper gang I've heard so much about and feared these long hours?
The Murray will renew your fear.
Who's the Murray? All I see is a fat, pathetic weakling.
I might be big and not as smart as the other guys, but one thing I'm not is weak.
Man, chunky kid me was incredibly emotional when I heard that for the first time.
Defend
looks for little Mikey. Yeah, little Mikey was not very happy with how he looked. Big Mikey, however, much better with himself. Very nice.
Fat, pathetic weakling!
This is probably one of the most difficult boss fights because you always start off in a negative position. Ow. At least in Sly 2, this might be the most difficult one. Ooh, I missed.
Defend your lord.
Start again on that one. That was already over. Come on, Murray. This feels a little bit like a Souls boss, right? Where you're like, all right, we gotta fend and we gotta dodge and we gotta follow the patterns. We gotta do some pattern recognition here. We gotta get out of his reach.
Defend your lord.
This is also like the first real time you see how different Murray is compared to his Sly 1 counterpart. Where he's just throwing hands with someone who's like twice his height. He is just not letting it go. Hey, we got him.
Victory belongs to the Murray. Sly's gonna want this half of the Clockwork Heart safe and sound.
Oh, happy day.
What? Neela? Throw down a ladder! Sly's hurt real bad! Can you hear me? I said Sly's hurt!
There they are, Contessa. Just as I promised. The Cooper gang and Rajan all incapacitated.
Excellent police work, Constable Neela. Carmelita's never been able to catch the Cooper gang. Yet you captured them in just a few short weeks.
Well, I never...
Really, Carmelita. Accept your defeat gracefully.
Actually, Contessa, there's a good reason Inspector Fox never caught the Cooper gang. She's been in league with them the whole time. Liar!
This bitch, yeah.
Prove it! This is a photo of Carmelita
There's the photo.
dancing
It's
with
the photo
Sly
of
Cooper on
they
the
used
night
for the
Clockwork
intro
Wings
scene.
were stolen. But I didn't know I was dancing with Cooper.
You two certainly seem very familiar in this picture. Men, place Inspector Fox under arrest.
I'll get you, Neela. Don't think I won't.
Such a pity when an officer falls from the light.
Yes, indeed.
I can't believe it! That double-crossing Cockney liar!
Apologies to all the Cockney people out there. Bentley didn't mean it.
Though statistically improbable, I had to face the facts. Neela had betrayed us, my teammates were captured, and I was all alone. While intellectually inferior, Sly and Murray had always been a rich source of sociological interest. The long walk out of the jungle gave me time to reflect, and with each passing step, my sense of isolation grew. Shockingly, my comrade's absence had a profound emotional effect on me. This was it. This was the true test of friendship. Upon reaching the van, my resolve was hardened. I had to save my friends. But first things first, I had to learn how to drive a stick shift.
Oh, I always loved that scene. I always loved the scene of Bentley not being able to drive the van. You can miss your friends, it's okay. Indeed, you can. And if you wouldn't mind taking a look at the face on the picture over there, that's the Contessa. Let's get right into episode 4, Jailbreak.
It took a sleepless week of data crunching, but I eventually tracked down the location of my friends, locked away in the mysterious towers of Prague. At the moment, they are the unwilling guests of Interpol's most renowned prison warden, the Contessa. While still a criminal psychology student, she entered into a whirlwind romance and married a wealthy aristocrat. Sadly, the union was short-lived, as the general suspiciously died a few weeks after the ceremony. The widowed Contessa put her education and newly acquired estate to work by opening a criminal rehabilitation center. Her pioneering use of hypnotherapy has produced some good results, and subsequently earned her a prominent position within Interpol. My friends are locked up somewhere in the clinic and are slated for the Contessa's Good Samaritan brainwashing. If I don't bust them out soon, they'll be working a 9-to-5 job selling shoes, and I'll be out two best friends.
You know she's supposed to be scary looking, but you think she's cool? I mean, She can be both. I also love this. Bentley saves the gang in Jailbreak. This was a big twist for me when I originally played this game, wherein after that last mission, you're on your own as Bentley. And I do mean you're on your own. There is nobody else here. There is nobody else here to help you. At least at the start. I'm gonna grab Atlas Strength for Murray, because he's gonna
I
need
should
that.
make my way over to the Contessa's house. Maybe I'll pick up a few leads on the location of Sly and Murray.
So, this is the only episode where I do not take the time to get the bottles at the start, because quite obviously Bentley can't get them all. He's not got Sly's mobility. So what we're going to do is simply go around, do all the missions we have to do as Bentley. So that way we can move on to the next thing. Also, look at this as I'm running along here. Some of the statues aren't statues. This is the Contessa's house, by the way. She lives in Prague. She's got quite a decent amount of wealth. Oh, here we go.
Aha! The Contessa is out making her rounds. Wait a second. The feathers on my sleep darts vibrate near sounds. If I maintain my position on top of this parabolic dish, I should be able to hear that frequency at a distance. This is great. If I tag the Contessa with my darts, I'll be able to listen in on whatever she says. I might even learn where she's locked up Sly and Murray.
You know something of being a turtle, Red? Hmm.
The Claw Gang is falling apart. Spice shipments have all but stopped. I never would have joined if I'd known it would be this easy to disrupt the plan. At least the Cooper Gang is under lock and key. Their lopsided morality flies in the face of man's inherent selfishness. Ah well, they'll see it my way soon enough.
There you go. The Contessa is a member of the Claw Gang.
Those fools at Interpol. They keep sending me criminals and I keep making money. How come no one ever thought of this before? Hypnotize criminals and force them to reveal where they've hidden their fortune. I'm a genius. If only I had more spice to help me with the hypnosis. That blasted Cooper Gang. The fat one. What's his name? Murray. Yes, Murray. He'll be the first to break. I should spend a few sessions probing that feeble mind. I can only imagine the wealth that gang has accumulated over the years.
Short round, not the most agile. Fair.
That's Sly Cooper. Such a complex and rebellious mind. A month or two in the hole should break his spirit. Let him squat there week after week. He's seen that the guards along the wall all have motion detectors. There is no escape. Slowly, the reality of his captivity will set in, and I'll get to work on his mind.
Inconceivable! She's no healthcare professional! Why, that's the most heinous crime I've ever heard of! Putting inmates into hypnosis so they'll tell her where they've stashed their loot! It dishonors both law enforcement and thieves at the same time! I should get to work and figure out a way to break Sly out of the hole.
You hear him walking around behind me. Right, let me pause this real quick. Let my dog out. Hang on. We'll be right back, folks. Here we are. Let's jump back into this. Bentley having a great time. Train hack. Oh, that's right. We get to see like Bentley's hacking mini games again now. I entirely forgot about these. This is one of my favorite parts of this game, these hacking mini games that you have to do as Bentley. And there's the van.
That computer is part of a control system for the electromagnetic train. By hacking all the terminals along the train tracks, I should be able to reverse their polarity, thereby turning the train into a giant projectile. Without question, its impact on the prison walls should create a hole large enough for Sly to escape through.
Time to get hacking. Hackermans.
Ah, nothing like a good computer hack job. Now the left hand, I'll have to hack through these barrier nodes. I should move the right analog stick in the direction I want to unleash my hacker. By using both analog sticks at the same time, I'll be able to move and shoot in different directions.
So yeah, Bentley's hacking minigames are basically twin-stick shooters, and I love them. Honestly, they're one of my favorite parts of these games.
That's one down. The train should be picking up speed.
Oh, I missed one. There it is, it's back there. Well, the Contessa's down 2 guards. Bentley has turned them into mincemeat.
Two down, 4 more to go.
Oh. I may have jumped straight into that one. Poor Bentley. He also can't swim, even though he's a turtle. So there's that too. Just did the same thing again. That was silly. Twice. I do love... This game has a level of silly that I do appreciate. It doesn't take itself super seriously all the time. I personally think more games need to take themselves less seriously. You get smashed by a train? Exactly. That's what I mean. It's silly. It looks weird. Like Bentley goes flat on his back, gets kicked into the water, and then drowns, and I'm like, that's pretty silly, you know?
That should speed up the train by at least 50%.
New. You can also hear that the music has picked up pace too.
Just 2 more terminals. Yes, the train's at full speed. Now, on to reverse the field's polarity.
New. And we're done.
What a beautiful trajectory! Bullseye!
Nice. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Now we're going over there to do wall bombing.
All the guards along the prison wall are outfitted with a motion tracking device. There's no way for Sly to escape. Unless I take those guys out with my RC chopper.
Come on, baby, hold together. 3.95 GPA, sucker. Bentley strikes again. Stuff me in a locker, will ya? The Turtle Terror strikes! If that was the avionics package, I'm going to cry. Ha ha! Fear me! That does it! The motion sensor is offline! Sly, can you read me?
How I missed that sensuous voice of yours.
Save the jocular comments for later. Do you see that hook above the train?
Yeah?
It's your only means of escape. Jump and hit the circle button to grab hold, then swing onto the back of the train. I've already established a safe house and downloaded its GPS coordinates into your binocucom. We'll rendezvous there.
Wow, you've really thought of everything.
Don't I always?
Yeah, you do. Thanks for busting me out.
Oh, well, you know the old saying, if you can't count on a friend to bust you out of jail, what kind of a friend are they?
Truer words were never said, wizard.
Nice callback to the start of the game there, eh? Also, I just want to point out the inconsistencies that Sly has been left with both his cane and his binocucom while in solitary confinement. That feels a little odd, but you know what? For the sake of the game, it's fun. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Right. Let's pop into the safe house because I think we got a cutscene with Bentley here.
Okay, here's the situation. I've done some deep database crunching and figured out that Murray is doing time in cell block D. Getting him out is going to be tough. As you know, he's not very light on his feet. First, we'll need to get Murray into an isolation cell away from the other inmates. Second, I'll need you to get a sample of the Contessa's encryption algorithm. Don't worry, I'll explain later. Third, you'll need to pickpocket a few keys from the Contessa, but watch out for her pack of bodyguards. And fourth, you'll have to deactivate her giant attack robot. No, really, Sly, I'm serious. The Contessa has a giant attack robot. It just looks like a water tower. Now, once you've pulled off all these jobs, we'll be ready to make a play for the big guy.
All right. It's about time now that we gather up all of our clue bottles. Also, this generally like gothic look for Prague, in that you're quite literally fighting things that look like werewolves, vultures. Some of the things that you can fight legitimately come out of statues. You know, it's funny. At least I think it is. I'm sure some people would say it's stereotypical, but I think it's quite cool. I think it's got a bit of flair to it, you know. Oh. What's up, dude? Let's keep going along this way before we make a loop back. This dude just out here having a nap. Okay, that's most of the outer edge searched. That's half of the clue bottles already found. Much faster than the one in Rajan's. I'll say that much. Nice. There it is. It's very windy outside. out as bad as I did. You're back from being sold football boots. You gonna buy any? You gonna buy yourself a pair of football boots? Try it for the locals women's teams, maybe? I can only assume the reason you're being pushed ads for football boots on this channel is because I used to play Football Manager pretty regularly on it, so it makes some sense. Ooh, that's weird. Hang on. One more, I gotta fix this. Okay, we're back. Just had to fix a small issue. Oh man, we're back down to one clue bottle. Well, you know what? Let me pause the recording while I go do that again. Hey YouTube, we have just got back up to the number we were at with clues. This is number 21. We are just working our way towards getting all of them. At which point we will start doing all the missions. There are a lot of them on this level. All of them are Sly exclusive missions at the moment. But once we get there, we'll get there. Nice. Oh, there's another one up there. And there's another one there. Oh, pocket watch. Here we go, finally a way up. Now we're out of there. Good stuff. Over this way, there should be a couple different clues over here. Oh, there it is. Oh, is there one below me? Yes. So we know that there's one more at least on top of the prison. I think it's over here. No. I think it's around here somewhere. I think it's the one around the front of the prison, like up here, I think. Yep, there it is. I do also want to pick this guy's pocket because he's got something valuable in it, so. Maybe he didn't. Oh well. The healing's for sure nice though. So once we go up here, grab this. How do we get on top of this one? Oh, there's a little... There we go. And there's one more. I believe it's on one of the cables leading off the prison. Yeah, I can hear it. There we go. Now you're probably wondering, Mikey, where is the safe? You've been all over this map. You haven't seen it. Is it in the middle of a mission, maybe? No, it's not. Okay, so where is it then? Is there like a hidden door? Maybe a trap door or something you gotta hit? No. I'm just gonna die from this angle. Oh, I'm not. Oh, close. There is not actually. It is actually hidden at the very first location you go to in this game in this episode for a mission. The Contessa's home. There is a crawl space right here that loads you into somewhere under the Contessa's house, I guess. And that is where the...
You need an IQ of at least 140 to figure this one out. That Contessa is smarter than I'd thought. I believe the code is 248.
There you go.
You've gotten the long toss move.
So yes, that is where they hide the thing. How would you know all that without the internet? Well, technically, I suppose if you were running around, you'd find this eventually because it does glow. Like, you know, it has the sparkly lights on it. And you'd be like, oh, what's in there? Because it's like near this location for one of the missions and also near the first or second mission that you do of the game, right? Like the two computer terminals are there. So I suppose you would just have to hope that maybe you would... I suppose you would... The thought process would be that you would see it while you were doing those missions, I think. At least that's my idea. Oh. And Sly's going for a swim. Some of the death animations in this game are really funny as well, I won't lie. Like Bentley when he gets hit by the train, or Sly when he drowns. Because he takes his hat off and holds it to his chest like he's a sailor going down with the ship. There we go.
Okay, Sly. In order to get Murray out, we'll need him to get thrown into solitary confinement. That pipe will lead you to his cell block. Try to locate him and relate the plan. After that, it's all up to Murray.
All right, I'm headed inside.
Here's another one of my favorite missions from this game.
Psst, Murray. Hey, Murray.
Huh? Sly? Where are you?
Over here, in the back wall.
Sly! I'm so glad to see you. They've been forcing me to eat meals covered in spice. And I'm feeling kind of strange. You gotta get me out of here.
No problem. Bentley seems to have found a weakness in the solitary confinement cell. If you can get in a big enough fight, the guards will throw you in there. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience.
Well, if you say so, I suppose a powerful force like the Murray could take down 50 foes. If I had to.
Excellent. You beat the snot out of 50 of those guys, and Bentley and I will take care of the rest.
Hello, welcome. Oh, Sheester? Sheester? I'm gonna say she, because that works a bit better. You like this game? I love this game. I've played this game for a very long time. Like there's a little counter on the wall over there.
In your face!
Murray just swinging hands, just throwing nuts. Murray's hands are rated E for everyone, because everyone can get them.
The Murray stands tall. Triumphs. The Murray chalks up 20.
I've been playing through the Sly Cooper games. I'm also planning on going through the Ratchet and Clank and Jack and Daxter games in the future once I finish these. The original trilogy, at least, for Sly Cooper. Maybe I'll play Thieves in time. We'll see. Though I don't particularly enjoy the tone of Thieves in time. It's a bit too silly at times. It feels a bit too much like fan fiction. Ratchet and Clank is my favorite of the PS2 era mascots. Sly Cooper probably stuck with me the most because I don't like modern Ratchet and Clank. And I suppose it's one solid advantage of Sly and Jack not getting any more games is that the only games that you can only remember the games that you played, right? And I've played all of the Ratchet and Clank games, all of them, aside from like the side scroller on mobile.
Stupendous victories.
And I think that the newer games are not as good as the old games. And maybe that's me being
49 feeling fine. 50. Eat that, you incarcerating suckers. Is that antisocial enough for ya? Oh, what? You gonna throw me in solitary? Bring it on!
Ratchet 3 only has one water level. I think so. Ratchet 3 is one of those games where like you can tell that it was kind of rushed out the door as well at points. Like it for sure has points where you're like, oh, I can tell this game was put together in less than a year. And the story is kind of all over the place. But hey, this was the era where, like, cause between Sly 1 and Sly 2, there's 2 years. Between Sly 2 and Sly 3, there's 1. And you can tell that the Sly 3 was sort of pushed very quickly out the door at some point. Probably because the PS3 was around the corner and Sony didn't want to have to, like, have Sly 3 work on both PS3 and PS2, I guess. Which Sly is my favorite, too. Sly 2 is my favorite. Band of Thieves. I like 3. I think it's probably the second best of the 3. But you can tell at points that it's sort of much more rushed than 2 was. I like 1. It's obviously the first one, but it's nothing really like the rest of the games in the genre. Sorry, it's not really like the rest of the games in the franchise. Because Sly 1 is obviously Sly 1 and Jack 1 are both in the same sort of era, wherein they were switching over from the PS1 era of collectathon platformers. And because of that, it kind of ages differently, if you know what I mean. I think Sly 2 and Sly 3 have aged a lot better than Sly 1 has. You're beginning to like Sly 3 as much as you like 2. That's good.
Okay, Sly,
I don't think there's a big
that's
gap
it.
between them,
The Contessa's
but I
giant
do think
attack
2 is better.
robot.
Look, Bentley, with all due respect, it looks an awful lot like a water tower.
Don't be fooled. That's what she wants you to think. If we try to free Murray while that thing is operational, why...
What, we'll have plenty of fresh drinking water?
I'm serious, Sly.
Of course. I do owe you one.
The lightning rods around the prison are designed to draw lightning strikes away from the water tower. Giant attack robot.
Uh-huh, yeah.
By turning the wheels on the rod, you should be able to redirect the electrical current away from its ground wire, rendering it useless. Follow the lightning strikes to locate all 5 rods.
Okay, so you want me to break the ground circuit on all these lightning rods so that a bolt will strike and destroy the giant attack robot posing as a water tower.
That's an accurate summation.
Ratchet and Jack kind of likes to go with the crowd of the 2000s, flow more guns and more GTA. Well, Jack, sorry, not Jack.
Get clear when the lightning rod starts to glow red. That means a lightning bolt is on the way.
Cool. So in the case of Ratchet, Ratchet started off as a game that had like that sort of vibe to it. It was meant to be a, you know, shooter, third-person shooter. It wasn't the best third-person shooter the first
Nice work.
Ratchet,
rod is out of commission.
but it wasn't. It was decidedly more cartoony and over the top, right? Like it was like, oh, here's this Lombax anthropomorphic Blinks kind of cat thing that has guns the size of his head or bigger even. Some of the guns he wields are bigger than he is. Jack and Daxter, however, They wanted to do something different, like vastly different for Jak 2. And they saw obviously how well GTA did. But I don't think Jak 2 and Jak 3 are GTA clones. I think Jak 2 and Jak 3 are what GTA could be if GTA actually took its story seriously. And like stopped making it all about, you know, the fun stuff you can do outside of the story. I think GTA is by far the weaker. If you were to tell me here, play Jak 2 or play GTA, I would probably prefer to play Jak 2 because I really enjoy the story of that game. I don't enjoy the story of GTA at all. I played GTA 5 through once and sort of went, oh okay, and then I never played it again. And I played GTA 4, played it through once, went, oh okay, and then moved on. Because there are games out there that are better than GTA. And I just don't really think they're that good as a game. I'm sure there's people out there who will say that that's a bad take. But personally, I think that there are better experiences. You haven't played Jak yet? You should play Jak. Jak's a great time. Jak 1 obviously follows the old school like collectathon mythology. It's a much more classic PS1, PS2 game. But Jak 2 and Jak 3 are very different. And honestly, I think the fact that they switched up the genre so hardcore between Jak 1 and Jak 2 is a very, very pivotal testament to how good, even at that point, Naughty Dog were as storytellers. Because if you were to do that in most other game genres, you could not stick that landing. There are not many game studios that exist out there that could switch the genre of their, at the time, premier IP and stick the landing, right? Like they stuck the landing in Sly 2 and Sly 3. Sorry, Jak 2 and Jak 3 did really well, relatively, for the era, sales-wise. Kid Icarus Uprising? Never played Kid Icarus. Don't know anything about that game. Is that the one that went from like a Zelda-like to a platform shooter? Is that right? I don't know. That's my guess. I have no idea what the change is between Kid Icarus and Kid Icarus Uprising. I know very literally nothing. But there aren't many studios that can do that, right? That can switch from our game is a collectathon platformer to our game is a GTA-like. You know? People saying goodbye to me from outside.
Like I said, giant attack robot!
Turns out Bentley was not lying about the giant attack robot, which is pretty funny. But yeah, I really enjoyed Jak 2 and Jak 3. Jak 1, it's fine. It's an okay experience. If you want to play it, play it. You don't need to play it to kind of get the idea of Jak 2 and Jak 3, quite obviously. But if you want to play all 3 of the original PS2 trilogy, then yeah, you should play it because it's good. Kid Icarus SNES was a platformer that used the Metroid engine, and you could platform up to the end of the level, but in Uprising, Sakurai changed it to a Star Fox-like shooter that then later became this kind of adventure hack-and-slash level on the ground. Oh! That's interesting. That's another game I'd never played. I never played Star Fox. I was never a Nintendo kid. I didn't have a Nintendo home console. I only ever had Nintendo handhelds. And most of what I played on Nintendo handhelds was like Nintendogs and some other bits and pieces in that sort of genre. Let's do Disguise Bridge next.
Under the bridge feed power to the prison's security systems. I'll need to cut the connection to free Murray.
Sounds like a plan. What do you need me for?
As you know, the bridge is heavily guarded.
I hear you. You'd like a little protection while you place the bombs.
That's correct.
Love to help out, but there's nowhere to hide on the bridge. We're totally exposed.
That's true. To fool the guards, you'll need to break those statues and take their place.
I pose like a statue. The guards walk on by, then pow! I hit them from behind. You're a genius.
That's also correct.
Ape Escape? No, I have not played Ape Escape, though I know the general concept of it.
I'm done here. Follow me to the top of the bridge.
Heard the third one's really good. I mean, I've heard the third one's the best of the lot, right? I think the first Ape Escape on PS1. I was never much for those games. GameCube. You played the first one for a game club that you're in. I see. Interesting. I was never much. I didn't have a GameCube either as a kid, so I was a PlayStation kid through and through, basically. First one was on PS1. I owned a PS1.
All set. I'm moving to the next stress point.
But not. I didn't own a PS1 during the height of the PS1's popularity. I was more of a. I kind of came in near the end of it, and I played a couple games on the PS1. But it was mostly a case of what I played on it was games that I rented from my local video game rental store, and there wasn't a big selection.
Got
I was just old enough to play the Sega Genesis or the Mega Drive, I think it was. It was the Mega Drive in the PAL region, I'm pretty sure, which is where I am. And when it was my uncle's console, but he kind of left it around, like he kind of brought it a few different places.
I'm en route to set the fort.
He brought it to like a few different places. So like he brought it to his parents' place, which was my grandparents' place, and he kind of left it there for a bit. Even though it was his console, he just didn't really bring it very many places after that. And I played it, not like religiously, but a decent amount. I played like a lot of the original Sonic games, that kind of thing. But I never played anything else really on it. And same with the PS1. I played like a couple rental games. I played the medieval game, but I didn't ever really get anywhere with it. I didn't have any of the like really popular PS1 games like the original.
Cover me. I'm on the move.
Like the original Resident Evil or anything like that. I just kind of ended up with like a general sort of, how do I put this? Like a general like malaise or like a coverage of certain games that came out because I played rented games and I never like finished a lot of them.
Another one's in place. I'm moving to the other side of the bridge.
I just kind of ended up playing what was around. Don't any people talking about medieval, that's cool. I played that. I know that there's a remake or a remaster. I think it's a remake. I think it's a full-on remake. Like it's a ground-up remake for the PS5. But I haven't played that. I don't really know anything about it. My parents used to, well, my mom and her ex used to get me like a rented game every week, because it was one of those things where like you go in, you could rent a game and get like snacks for cheaper.
The last charge is set. Let's
Back
get
in
out
those
of
days.
Here. That takes care of the power to the security system.
So like they'd rent me a game, and then they'd get themselves, you know, a couple bags of popcorn and some bars of chocolate and that sort of stuff. You play a lot on Nintendo, do you want to expand to older games? I am replaying these games because I was in the mood to play games that I've not played in a long time. And I was like, hey, you know what? I could play it on stream because it's something I can talk about, something that I'm passionate about, which gives me a, you know, an idea to do it. They also recently released these games on PS5 on like a built-in emulator, so you can play them natively on PS5. Wherein if you sorry, those games are the highest rated games on the PlayStation Store. Sly 1, Sly 2, and Sly 3.
To get at Murray, I'll need you to steal 2 tank keys and the tank patrol schedule off of the Contessa.
No problem. I'm an old hand at pickpocketing.
This is going to be tougher than you think. The Contessa's no fool. Since your escape, she never goes anywhere without bodyguards. You'll have to take them out one by one in order to get close to her.
I should probably use noise to lure them away from the Contessa.
Sup, Boomer? I am a millennial, sir. Hey, Steel Person. How you doing? Glad Sly is getting the rating it deserves. Oh, fair enough. Also, I'm not even a millennial. I'm the youngest millennial that you can be. I was born in the 90s, son. Did I bottom text today? Don't know what that means. I am unaware of your Zoomer language. Or maybe it's not even Zoomer language, maybe it's some sort of like meme thing that I'm not aware of. I don't pay attention to too many memes these days. Glad to see Sly's getting the rating it deserves. Absolutely. 100% worth it. I'm really quiet. I mean, according to my layout, I'm not. You can barely hear me or the game. Then turn your volume up. Because I am loud enough that I can hear myself on the recording pretty well. You have your phone maxed out? Then get off your phone. I don't know what to tell you. Other people don't seem to have a problem, so... You can hear me fine? Yeah. I'm not worried about it. Hear you fine on my phone. Skill issue on your end? Yeah, that's about right. That's common enough. Yoink.
Who goes there? Huh? Where are my gods?
Yeah, Steel Person, I've gone through and done like the full recording thing, and I've like tested this setup a lot. And from what I can see, it's loud enough for everybody. It's just a case of, you know, I sometimes I'll listen back to my recording afterwards just to see if maybe, oh, I should turn up my microphone, because obviously the recording volumes are different than the stream volumes, right? So I will sometimes just be like, okay, so how do I sound when I put this on YouTube, basically? But I've never had an issue with it. I have adjusted my settings recently. As I told everyone, I kind of went through and fixed a few things with my setup and actually have things working properly now. So like all of my microphone settings are correct again, and I've fixed a few things because, as you can guess, Windows updates fuck around with a lot of setups, so I tend to test my stuff before I go live. But yeah, it sucks that it doesn't work for you, but I don't have any issues and nobody else has, so I'm not gonna mess with anything when it's only one person having the issue. If 3 or 4 people in chat were like, hey, you're really quiet, I'd be like, okay, then I have to turn my mic up. That usually means that my microphone is way too quiet. Ooh, that was close. If you run and jump right after, Sly loses all forward momentum from his run. But you can keep that forward momentum by hitting X and square at the same time, mid-run or stealth slide. Oh. That's probably one of those speedrun tactics, right? Never done any speedrunning myself. Not really my style, not really the way I like playing games. I respect it. It's cool. Like the people who can like do that sort of thing, like take how a game is coded and basically break it to like break all the limits of the game and like be like, oh yeah, I load up Sly and I'm already in like the final episode on the last mission because I did this thing that was coded into the game that nobody knew how to, nobody in their right mind would ever try, but because I needed to do this speed run for something.
Huh?
Crap. I got seen by the Contessa. Oh well. Let's try again. So yeah, I've tried to make my setup as consistent as possible, and I think it's worked out. But also, I do appreciate speedrunning. Speedrunning's cool to look at, not for me though. Not my kind of content. I know other people who are super into speedrunning, but it's not my content. I much rather prefer, well, as you can probably guess from the fact that my YouTube channel is named The Long Play Gamer, I much rather prefer longer form content. I like taking in things and absorbing it and really like melding in the lore of the universe. Like I'm playing Persona 3 Reload most days during the week here on the channel, and that game is a game that I have been like really sinking my teeth into and loving it a lot. Because it's such like we also played Metaphor ReFantasio on the channel, on the stream, like a little while ago, and that's also been a lot of fun. That was also a lot of fun from Atlas. You're playing that game. You're playing P3R as well. That's cool. But I've been playing it for like the last 2 weeks, I want to say. And I'm like really engrossing myself in the lore of that game. I've played P5 back when it came out on PS4. And I also played P5 Royale on PC a little bit after it came out on PC. And it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun playing it on stream, I have to say. But I've been playing it very much like I've been trying to absorb as much as I can. And like, I haven't been rushing it at all. I've been taking a lot of time doing the social links and all that. And I've been taking my time with it, and I've been really enjoying it and appreciating it because I played a lot of shorter games recently. Like I played through the Darksiders games. I played through what else did I play through? You know, I played through a bunch of other games recently that were pretty short, and I was like, oh, I really want to play something that's a bit longer now with a bit more story to it and a lot less, you know, and I've been playing that, and that's been fun. Damn it, the Contessa caught up to me. But I've been looking for it. I've been enjoying it a lot, and I do genuinely think that playing games the way that I've been playing them recently on the channel, like playing a longer form game with like a shorter game on the weekend, on like a Friday, is actually a really smart way for me to play them. Because like beforehand I was playing like 3 games. I was playing Kazan the First Berserker, Kazan the First Berserker, Darksiders 2, and Stardew Valley, all at the same time. And man, it was difficult to do that. It was difficult playing 3 different games at the same time. And none of them were really anything like the other. Like, there's not much overlap in people who want to find somebody playing Stardew and someone who wants to find somebody playing Kazan, who's looking for someone who's playing Darksiders 2. You know, there's not much in the way of viewership overlap in those games, so it wasn't really helping the channel either. But I've moved on from that now. I'm kind of doing one longer form game and a couple like older, shorter games.
What? Huh? Where are those lazy bodyguards? They're all fired.
Great work. Now we're all set up to steal a tank.
Nice. Right, I think there's only one mission left, which is the code stealing one. Yeah, code capture. How are you enjoying Persona 3 Reload? Are you enjoying it? Right, just over there. Wait a second, is there actually... Oh no, this is just a hiding spot. I thought there was actually something hidden in there. I forgot about that. There's usually something like that around every level, but not in this one.
Sly, I need your help getting a handle on the Contessa's encryption algorithm.
I'd love to, pal, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Alright, I'll explain it to you one piece at a time. See that security station? The guard nearby is responsible for its upkeep.
I'm with you.
First, I'll need you to pickpocket his key to the terminal.
Sure, no problem.
Then use it on the security station to set off the alarm.
Hold up. You want me to set off the alarm?
Yeah, set it off, then clear out as the guard's sure to come running. Once he sees that it's a false alarm, he'll input the code to turn it off.
So you want me to take a picture of the code?
Move to a safe place and get a clean shot of that digital readout.
Should I hit all the security stations out here?
That's right. Once I've got a large enough sample of the Contessa's codes, I should be able to crack her encryption algorithm.
Now, see, you lost me again.
Just take the pictures. I'll handle the rest.
Okay. You didn't know Twitch put out 9 ads to watch back to back nowadays. I also do a thing where I run a 3-minute ad break. Because if I run a 3-minute ad break, you get an hour of ad-free watching.
Nice work. Now use that key to set off the security station.
Which is better than, at least I think,
Okay, now climb to a good
that's
spot
better
where
than
you'll be
getting,
able to
you
get a
know,
picture of the
15
security
minutes of
code on the
ad-free
monitor.
watching and then, you know, another, shall we say, like 15 minutes at a time I don't think works as a block. I think you have to do, I do it as a 3-minute long ad break, but you get an hour of ad-free watching instead. It's how most channels do it. Good thing Sly didn't get thrown into solitary confinement, otherwise Bentley would have to do all these jobs by himself. I mean, he got thrown in the hole, right? Which is basically worse than solitary confinement. From how I understand it. I said it after we busted Sly out, is that I was like, hey, it's a good thing Sly still has his cane and Binocucom on him, otherwise he might be screwed. So, you know, as always, you gotta kind of, there are certain things that you have to just kind of let go, and that's one of the ones. True, indeed, indeed. Right, I think I'm going to have to set off this alarm again. I think I'm a bit late on this one. Yep, that's fine. Let me set it off and go the other way. Well, never said I was very good at these games. That was lucky. Right. Though I will admit, would have been a pretty cool mission if you were like, okay, Sly has no cane and no binocucom, so you gotta go either find Bentley or the safe house, because Sly, I assumes that he's been like let go by Bentley, because Bentley didn't get captured. So I assume in his case he's like, okay, there's got to be somebody who's let me out of this place. That would be an interesting mission. And then if you also had to do that, but if you also had to do that and also like what's the phrase I'm looking for here? What's the words? Come on, you can get the words out of your mouth. If you also then had to figure out a way to like get Sly's cane back and binocucom back from like the Contessa's guards, that would be pretty cool. There we go, got it. Maybe Sly managed to steal those back before getting thrown the hole off screen. I mean, he does mention that he gets into a big fight, which is why he's in the solitary to Murray when you tell Murray to do the fighting. So I assume he had his cane, or maybe he like stole it off of somebody. Or maybe, just maybe, they never took it off of him because maybe it's like, oh, he needs a walking aid. I mean, it would have been interesting, right? Like, it would have been a really cool situation to be like, okay, Bentley, you're going to have to brief me on every single mission that I go on at the safe house because I do not have a binocucom right now. My binocucom's currently in some guard's back pocket. And I have no way to steal it because I have no cane. I think that would have been really cool. Would have been funny? It would have been funny. Every binocucom scene would have been a slideshow. I don't think it would have needed to be a slideshow. It could have just been like a little cutscene in the safe house, wherein you like talk to Bentley and Bentley talks back. You know. And let me just wait for him to form a little gap there, and then we can unlock this. Though I would admit, I do love the slideshow scenes where, like, you're, you know, between operations and whatever, you're like, oh yeah, here's Bentley took the time to put together a PowerPoint presentation. How very Bentley of him. Then again, given how lonely he was when Murray and Sly were both locked in jail, this would not surprise me in the slightest. How long do I have? It's a decent enough amount of time. I'll let him walk around a bit more here. I like how he doesn't check his pockets to be like, hey, why is the alarm going off? I have the key in my pocket, don't I? No, I don't. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. I could probably make that. But yeah, like Sly would have still been able to like climb and spire jump and all that, but he probably wouldn't be able to fight at all. Because the cane is his like main weapon in every single instance. So is there a bell around here that I can ring? I don't just mean the Contessa's front door. That's a good point. That's a good point. I forgot about that. I forgot about the fact that Carmelita wasn't even in Australia before, like, the operation starts. That's crazy. That's a good. That's a great reference. A great call on that one. That might have been fast enough. Maybe. Got it.
Okay, that should be enough code.
Last frame.
Nice
Holy
work,
shit.
partner. Thanks to your recent efforts, we're ready to attempt
Thought
a
the game
Murray
broke
rescue.
there for a second.
I call this plan the Trojan Tank. Step 1. We use the Contessa's keys to steal one of her tanks. I'll jump in and drive while you keep out of sight by crawling underneath. With some luck, the guards won't notice anything out of the ordinary and open the prison gates for us. We casually roll in and then blast the security doors to Murray's cell block. Once inside, you'll need to improvise your way up to the guard control center and open the doors leading down to solitary confinement. Let's hope Murray hasn't cracked under the Contessa's hypnosis.
Fair. Bentley probably starts this mission, I'd assume. Yep, right here.
Okay, Sly, I'm heading out for the tank.
But yeah, once we finish Slide 2, finishing episode 4 today, there are 8 episodes, I want to say. That sounds about right. We will be moving on to Slide 3. Eight episodes. Oh, surprised I remembered that, honestly.
I'm inside the tank, increasing the ride height on the treads. There, that should give you enough room.
Just don't drive over Sly while you're moving, Bentley.
Crawl underneath this thing and let's get moving.
Did you know Schuster, there's supposed to be 9 episodes. Because every Claw Gang member was supposed to get 2
I can't see you
episodes.
down there, so try to keep up and stay out of sight.
Dimitri was supposed to get the first 2 episodes. There was supposed to be an episode in Paris and then an episode in Monaco. And in the artwork below me here, the Sly 2 key art, the rooftop that Sly is running on is the Monaco skyline. Yeah, Dimitri was supposed to get a second one, yeah. Every Claw Gang episode, every Claw Gang member was supposed to get 2 episodes. Rajan has gotten 2 so far.
Let's see if they fall for it.
Rajan got 2, Dimitri got 1, the Contessa is in our first one. So it's supposed to be 5 episodes, 5 Claw Gang members, with 2 episodes each, except for the final, I think, which is supposed to be 1, obviously, so 9 episodes. The Skyline artwork ref, yeah, there you go. So yeah, that's Monaco.
Before I let loose with a turret. Okay, you're all clear. Head inside and I'll be right behind you.
There's also beta footage, I think.
Trouble sabotaging the tank. Go on ahead, I'll catch up.
I think there's also some beta footage of the Monaco level in which you can run around as Sly. I don't know if it's a case of the I don't know if it's a case of if the level exists in its full,
Okay,
but
Bentley,
I do know that
what's
there is some of
next?
it.
Well, that should be the guard's control center. But to be honest, I'm not sure how you're going to get up there.
Don't worry about it. Thinking of my feet is what I do best.
Most of the security went down when we cut the power on the bridge, but a few lights seem to have a backup generator. Be careful.
Get to hijack a yacht? I wouldn't know. I actually don't know the specifics of the episode. I just know it was supposed to exist. And it's kind of sad that we didn't get a second Dimitri episode, because Dimitri, as much of an oddball as Dimitri is, he has a lot of significance, as those of you who've played Sly 3 will know. But to be fair, hijacking a yacht in Monaco does sound like something that would happen in Sly Cooper in Monaco, because Monaco is sort of known for that, right? Like, there's 2 things that I know about Monaco. One, well, 3 things I should say. There's 3 things that I know about Monaco. One, it's where an F1 race happens every year that seems really fucking boring, because the Monaco Grand Prix looks like the worst of them. At least I think so. I know there's a yacht of really expensive yachts, because it's where all the rich people leave their yachts. And I know that it's a super expensive place to visit, because my partner was really into F1, my ex-partner was really into F1, and I wanted to bring him to Monaco to maybe just like walk the the Monaco circuit, just to do it basically once. And the hotel prices were so expensive that I went, absolutely not. We're going to get an all-inclusive trip to somewhere else instead for that cost. And that's what I did. And I'm dead serious. The hotel costs in Monaco was more expensive than it cost us to go to an all-inclusive like hotel. It's the one with the most crashes because of medieval streets. It's also the most boring one to watch when there's no crashes, right? Because the crashes aren't super consistent. Like, there isn't a crash every single Monaco, right? Like, I don't think it's that guaranteed. Because like Monaco is the one where it's like, oh, unless there's a crash.
I'm running your
Basically where you
algorithmic
had
code
your
decryptor. You see
your
anything happening
qualifying is
down
where
there?
you're going to finish, right?
Success!
More or
We've
less.
got access to solitary confinement.
Hot stuff. I'm heading down.
I could be wrong on that, and if I am, fair enough, but I don't think I am. Isn't there also that one that has like a section that's literally called the castle? Correct. There aren't many places to overtake at all. Yeah, that's why I am of the opinion that if you're going to do racing, put it in somewhere that's actually fun to watch, and get rid of the Monaco Grand Prix and put it somewhere else.
Oh, that looks bad. I've never seen Murray like this.
He's all twitchy and bug-eyed.
You said Murray was being forced to eat spice, right?
Yeah, he said he was feeling weird.
Well, he's weirded out all right. I doubt he even knows we're here. Clearly, we're going to have to lure him out of that cell the hard way.
The hard way?
Those hypno boxes are designed to heighten the effects of spice, and he's already in an agitated state. So if we turn them all on at the same time, Murray's sure to become wildly hostile and probably break down the door.
How do we turn on the hypno boxes?
The power switches are all defended by laser barriers. When you get close, I'll hack the laser system from my terminal down here. That should give you access.
Let's do it. Anything to help out old Murray. He's looking really bad.
Ooh, a little toasty. But yeah, I'm not wrong though. Am I right in remembering that I don't watch F1. I don't particularly have a love for motorsport races, but I enjoy simulation games. And F1 Manager is a thing that comes out most years. I think Codemasters makes it. The same guys who make or is it Codemasters or is it Frontier? I think it's Frontier. It's the same guy who make Elite Dangerous.
Okay, I'm hacking the laser barrier. And
apparently, like, I've watched people play it, and I enjoy watching people play management games. I don't understand anything about F1 at all, really. I think it's quite the shitty sport in general. I think it would be much more fun if everyone drove the exact same car, and it was actually entirely down to strategy and driver skill over, hey, Red Bull has several $100 billion they're throwing into it. The street races look nice, but roads aren't built for ones that wide. Except for the America one, right? The one in Los Angeles. I've seen that one. People say that one looks pretty good. Because it's built for American cars, obviously.
Flip the switch to turn on the hypno box.
What's that sound? Angry! Get gone!
I mean, that would be a game that I might play on stream. F1 Manager. That would be interesting. I'll get to see Red tell me everything that I need to know about stuff.
Wall.
Poor Murray. Yeah, this is something that I'm like, oh man, Murray has an awful time in this episode. Yeah, I'm
clear.
dead serious when I say that I don't really know anything about F1 as a sport. I think it's... I like motorsport. I've kind of had that...
I'm a little teapot,
Oh,
short
boy.
and stout. Tip me over and I'll smash up everything. Ah!
He's mad. But I do think that I have had a enjoyment of motorsport kind of ingrained into me because my family really enjoy motorsport, but I don't really get it myself. They prefer rally racing over F1 and stuff like that, but
I'm
I
on
get
it.
it. They turned up the volume again. Sorry, not turned up. They turned up the speed of the track again. You know what? Maybe after I finish the first 3 Sly games and get most of the way through like the Ratchet and Clank ones, because here's the thing, right? You got to remember, there are only 3 Sly games. There are 4 Jack and 4 Ratchet and Clank games to play through. Ratchet had 4 games on PS2. Technically had 4. Technically had 5, but I'm only going to play 4 of them. Jack and Daxter is the same. Technically had 5. I'm only going to play 4 of them. Maybe after I'm like most of the way through the Ratchet and Clanks, because that's probably the one that's the franchise I'm going to play last, because it's the franchise I like the most.
There you go.
Well, the franchise that I think there's the most content in, I would say, is also the thing. But maybe after I finish, maybe after I get through a certain amount of that, maybe I'll ask, hey, do you guys want me to play through the PS3 versions as well, like the PS3 games?
Heads up, Sly. The
Murray's very
hypno
mad.
boxes are too strong for you to destroy with your cane. Try using Murray's attacks to take them out. When they're all offline, Murray should be jolted out of his spice range. Watch out!
Because I kind of want to see how you guys react to the ending of Sly 4. I think it'd be interesting to see everyone, because I know some people in the chat, like Red specifically, and other people have never played this game or know anything about the story. So
Who? What? Is this heaven?
Sorry, pal. You're no angel.
Just take a few deep breaths and try to center your thoughts.
Okay.
What's with all the racket? My conscious mind is a wreck. I ought to... The weak-minded hippo is free! And he's got friends! Perhaps it's time to reevaluate some life choices.
I'm serious. I managed to keep this half of the Clockwork Heart safe. It was hard to hide from the Contessa! She's getting away!
Murray, lift those crank bars so we can chase after her.
I'm on it.
Murray's back in shape.
Let's go! You lousy, no good head shrinker!
Oh, come now, Murray. We were making such progress during our sessions.
The only mental help that I need is to never be reminded of you again.
Such displaced hostility. If you insist on getting angry, why not be psychologically productive and channel it at your so-called friends?
I'm done talking with my mouth. Now I talk with my fists.
Sorry, but our time is up.
The boys are back together and they're all back in town. I'm using that line in the future. That's fair. Not my line to steal. Not my line to say you can't steal.
She's getting away.
Don't worry, pal. We'll find her. With the three of us back together, she doesn't stand a chance.
Dun, 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 dun. And that is episode 4 done.
It was great. The gang had been reunited and it was all because of me. Even the van ride out of town was like a party. Murray had to pull over twice because he was laughing so hard. But despite all the jokes, I think something had changed. Since childhood, the three of us had never been apart, and our recent isolation gave us all pause for thought. Needless to say, we took a few weeks off before getting back to work. And for the first time in my life, Murray let me drive.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's the picture in this case. Hello, assorted meatheads and lady. Anyone care for some exercise? Possibly. However, that's going to be the end of the stream for the day. We have finished 2 episodes today. We finished episode 3 and 4. Moving on to episode 5 next week, where maybe we get through episode 5 and 6. We'll do 7 and 8 the week after. We're doing a lot of streaming, so please make sure you hit follow, make sure you check everything else going on, and if you're watching on YouTube after the fact, do me a massive favor, hit like, comment, subscribe, and check out everything else going on the channel. I really appreciate all of your support. I will be sure to see you guys next time, YouTube. Bye now.